I'm really humbled with my introduction, the way in which Churinaka introduced me. So it has been a long journey. So here I would like to acknowledge Dr. Rani Chakravarti, one of my senior, who pulled me back into the field actually. So I was working with Arvind, and then I had a break because my child my first child was born, and then so I had taken a break, and then I was like a part-time worker here, there, and all that. So, but still, we met in the bus stop, and then she came home and she dragged me into the field again. So that's how the second innings of my part-time work began. So today I'm here to present about quality of life, the measure of effectiveness of rehabilitation intervention for the challenge. So this is almost this is in congruence with my PhD topic. And today I'm here to present my guide, quality of life, Professor Swarna guide. My guide was Professor Swarna Kumari. I was really happy when she accepted it outrightly, and she gave the fuller guide freedom to professor till the end of the project, and then she had immense belief in me. So this part of my presentation is related to quality of life related to my PhD, and then the learnings from the field work I did during the PhD. She had immense belief in me. So I'll go to the next slide. So all these concepts, segregation, integration, inclusion, and I think we have been hearing all these terms for so many years and all that. So I belong to the era of integration. So when I started my college and I was working, so integrated education and integration, CBR, all came into limelight. And then so I belong to the era of education. Era of inclusion is quite new to me. I'm still accumulating more, I'm just learning more from the whatever concepts and how they are how inclusive education is facilitated. But still the learning is going on. So this everybody, every participant would have been from exposed to all these concepts. Okay, so in this scenario, currently the status of disability in India. Everybody, we have that RWD Act. It was the recent 2016, and we all know about SSA, and we know that there's lots of opportunities that is being created in terms of education, training, and employment for all the kids we work for. And then there are lots of organizations coming up, lots of NGOs, INGOs, government organizations, the philanthropists who really work in the field, and then there's lots of advocacy groups, and then lots of innovation is also being done. So many assistive technology, so that the child and the persons with disability just they are able to come into the inclusive society, and then lots of resources are also developed in this regard. We have lots of assessment skills coming up, lots of things. It is really this the field is really growing so rapidly. So, and then I learned a new concept, like how the word CBR is being replaced by CBID. Lots of CBID, like the CBM, the INGO who was working. So the concept is really good, community-based inclusive development. So that I learned from here. So we are all aware of all this. So I didn't want to touch upon all this in detail. So, and we know this current approach. So you people, all the participants, so you are equipped with all these skills. So you train the children in ADL. You are well equipped to impart special education to the kids. You know which all you know how to identify the lacuna, the dent areas, and then train the children, give them appropriate skills, and then you know what to do with the pre-vocational skills, and then you are very able, if you have the skills to do the vocational training for the children. Okay, all these areas are required. What to do with the pre-vocational skills, and hello, you are very able to do the vocational training for the children.
Lavanya, there are some audio disturbances, Lavanya.
Lavanya, I think you have to minimize your audio on your mobile. Are you using both?
Yeah, I'll just reduce my audio. Yeah.
Lavanya, there are some audio disturbances. Maybe if your mobile is near your laptop or system, it can create some noises.
Your audio on your
Try to put it a little apart.
mobile. Are you using both?
Is it fine now?
Yes, Lavanya. Maybe if your mobile is near your laptop or system, still we hear some echoing. Not echo, some sort of a distorted apart.
Is it fine now?
some noise from the background. Yes, Lavanya. Is your mobile very near to your desktop or your laptop? Still we
No,
hear
I've
some
removed
echoing.
it, Akka.
Now it's okay.
Now it's better. Yes.
Now it's better.
Is it fine now? Okay.
Yes, Lavanya, you can
Is it
continue.
fine?
Some noise from
Yes,
the
it's
fine, Lavanya, you can continue. Is your mobile very near to your
We all know
desktop or your
these
laptop?
concepts are
Still
all
we
new.
hear some echoing.
It's not at all new.
Now it's okay.
Now it's better. Yes.
Now it's better.
Conference, right?
Yes, Lavanya,
So
you
now,
can
is it
continue.
fine
Some
now?
noise.
Yes,
Yes, it's
so
fine,
again,
Lavanya.
all
You
these
can
you know,
continue.
but
Is your
I
mobile
just
very
want
near
to
to your
brush on this
desktop or
because
your
this is the
laptop?
crucial
Still we hear some
point
echoing.
of my
Now it's okay. Now
my,
it's better.
my
Yes.
presentation actually. So we all know that how the
You can continue.
disability
Yes, it's
affects
fine,
the
Lavanya.
person.
You can continue.
So
Is your mobile very near to your desktop
leads
or
to
your
some
laptop?
impairment, and because of the impairment, there is a difficulty, there is a loss in the functional ability of the child or a person. And then because of the limited functional ability, the person or the child has difficulty in integrating socially, and because of that, they are more prone for psychological and social emotional issues, and that is going to affect their independence not only in economic area but also in every other area of the realms of the life. So this is how and that is going to affect the ability is going to effect of disability is actually multidimensional. It's not only bodily. Yes, I'm not, the child is not able to see. So we are giving a braille literacy and all that. So we are giving the available functions. We are restoring the child's function. Like yesterday, like lots of low vision devices have come up. We are restoring the child's function. So we are hearing aids, we are restoring the child's. We are trying to like minimize the impairment or the implications of the impairment. So, but what I feel is so we are just working on the impairment and then the function. Yes, we are able to, with all the techniques, with all the resources available, with all your skills and abilities and your potentials, we are able to bring the child. We are able to reduce the impact of the impairment, and then we are able to bring in a better functional status within the child. But how far the child is going to utilize that function for the social welfare by becoming socially productive, by becoming happy, and then finally achieve life satisfaction. So that is still a question mark. Because when during my work experience, so I was very happy. I remember my first child when I was working in the department was James. Actually, he came with an impairment. I pulled him out. So they were about to put him in a special school because he had low vision. So we pulled him out, and there was a preparatory school, Blossoms, in our department that was in the budding stage. We put him there, and then yes, we restored everything. We restored him. He started reading large print and everything. So, but still, when the child was put up in a regular school, so he had lots of issues. So mother faced lots of issues. The child was not able to play with the children. So lots of issues were there. So though functionally in a structured environment, we gave the best to the child. We helped them to function almost in a near normal way with the current level of abilities and all that. But still, I felt that the child was not able. The child could not play with his classmates. Child was not able to integrate well in the family. So much of tantrums and all that. Also psychological issues. And of course, I now lost touch with the child. So that was the time I was thinking, it's not only restoring the function, it's not only restoring or reducing the effect of impairment, but we have to work holistically. Of course, I now lost touch with the disability. We cannot view disability as only a medical condition. Like the child has a hearing loss, we have to go in for a hearing aid or a cochlear implant. A child has a vision loss, okay, we have to give him the optimal visual correction, all the whatever surgery and everything, and then give him the low vision devices. If not, all braille literacy. So is this approach enough? So should we view disability as only a medical condition? So actually, what I saw during the process of my tenure in the field is the assessments and all that just quantify the disability. For example, when I was working in Aravind, there was a child who had 618 vision. 618 is like a low vision, but still it was like very, like it was not so very poor. The child can see the first assessments and the boards when you sitting in the first row. But the adjustment or acceptance of the condition was much less. So when compared to a child who had only 360 vision, he is almost like not so very. He has to use braille and all that. But though the quantity of vision, the quantity and the quality of vision is better with a child who had 680, but the confidence level, there was lots of difference between the confidence level of the child who had 360 vision, greater visual disability when compared to the child who had a lesser visual disability. So these assessments just quantify. So they do not reflect the competence of the person. They do not reflect. See, I remember how in school they say, right? But you get, say, I was in the top 10, that's all. Okay, but I was definitely giving a competition to all my classmates. But there was one boy in my class who all the time used to stand outside. He will not see. He was not, after 10th, it was a CBSE school. So after 10th, what they do is they go to, usually they go to state board. But this man couldn't get admission in a state board school because of his low performance. So till 12th, I have seen him getting borderline marks and all that. To all my classmates. But now, you know, he is an area manager of a pharmaceutical company in Abu Dhabi. So the marks don't quantify. So even the amount of disability don't quantify the level of competence the child is showing to a state board. But this man couldn't get it. We have to prepare the child psychologically low performance, like emotionally, socially, getting borderline marks and all that. But now, you know, he is an area manager, life satisfaction, and is able to maximize the marks don't quantify. So that is why disability shift on the focus. So whenever you do something, you see whether how it is going to affect the child's quality of life, how we are going to establish a life satisfaction in the child. Emotionally, the child, can we make the child happy if he goes through this? But now, you know, that is when we focus on the overall development, able to maximize the marks of happiness, and that is why disability quality of the focus. So from a biological basis, you see how it is going to affect. There is a high time that we start shifting on to focus on the child, the child's life, can we make the happiness and the overall satisfaction of the child. That is when we focus on the overall. Now, the goal of rehabilitation is not only accumulating skills. So you give lots of skills to the child, okay, and then thereby enhance the child's potential and the independence. And finally, you have to aim at improving their quality of life. The first two steps, we all like all the we are all like we're so adept at it. We just do it very easily, and we are all equipped for taking the child up till the second level. But the third level, that is what we have to start focusing on, improve the quality of the child's life. So how a quality of life is established? So with the adequate skill set, the child we should make the child start accumulate positive experiences with the current functional status, so that the child enjoys psychological well-being, enjoys social well-being, and finally attains life satisfaction. So the major elements are the child, family, and the environment. These are the three elements that constantly interplay and then establish a quality of life. See, if we will be confident in the house. Yes, I'm so confident in the house. In the family, I'm very confident. But today, in the environment with 200 people, with my staff, with my professors, with other resource persons, I'm not so. I'm really little like I'm not so. What to say, confident actually. Still, there is a shake in my voice, and then it's happening. So it is not like, okay. So we have to see that all the three components interplay together and then helps the child achieve a very good quality of life. So
Lavanya, sorry for the interruption. Lavanya.
Akka cholunga.
Yes, sorry for the interruption. In the YouTube, they feel there is an echoing in the YouTube channel that has been live streamed. Organizers, the technical team people say maybe you can come near the mic. Maybe is it a little? Are you very far from the mic of your speaker?
Yes, it is only 50%.
No, ma, not the audio. The mic. Maybe if you hold it a little near to your mouth, the technical team people say that the echoing will be less.
Okay. Yes.
You're using headphones, is it? Yes.
No, I'm not using a headphone. The laptop is picking up the speaker in the mic in the laptop is picking up my voice.
Laptop is picking up. Yes. Okay, Lavanya.
Then you can increase the volume. You can increase the volume, ma'am. I'll just check with the technical team.
Yeah.
Sister is saying maybe you can increase the volume a little and check with the technical team. In case there are disturbances, we'll let you know. Otherwise, you can continue.
Yes, Ka. Shall I continue now?
Yes, Lavanya.
Okay. So now we'll go to the factors that affect the quality of life. So there are two major factors. One is the personal and the other one is environmental. See, environmental, yes, we have lots of NGOs, we have people like Aloka Guha, we have people like Dr. Saga Workis, we have people like Dr. Prabhakar. So they are all working in this field, and then we have rehab department, so we have RCI. So all these people, they work together and they're trying to make the community more receptive. They're trying to make it turn the they're going to help the child come back into the community so that he starts accumulating positive experiences. So there are so many people, so many research, so many work is being done in altering or providing a better environmental factor for the child. So actually the spade work is done, the tilling is done, the soil is made fertile, the community is made fertile to receive a very healthy seed, so that when it is planted into the community, when it is planted into the fertile soil, it sprouts beautifully. Okay, so how we are going to make the seed healthy? So that is in our hands. We should be proud. So we have to make the seed healthy. We have to prepare the child to blossom into the community. Prepare the child when they go reach community, when they reach the environment, the child should be able to like bloom out in a flying colors actually. So we feel, so as we are working directly with the child, so we should try to concentrate on the personal factors, the age of the child, gender, the coping style, personality, the education, the background from which they are coming, and then how we are going to provide positive experiences so that they have the confidence, so that they can go and function so effectively in the environment. So we have seen, see how we see, so all these factors, the personal factors, they affect how they affect the functional status of the child, the self-perception and the life satisfaction. Similarly, the environmental factors also affect, but we cannot, the child doesn't have much control over the environment. Yes, people are there working for it. So there is lots of things going on. Yes, but it is our hands, because we work with the child. We are chosen to work with the child. So we are given a big responsibility of changing lives. So let us work on preparing a healthy seed. Let us make the child, capacitate the child, so that the child, when it comes to the environment, when the child comes to reaches the community, the child is completely inclusive and the child is able to realize the potential and come out in a flying colors. So we all use, every now and then we use skill assessment. So, but I think there should be a shift in the focus from skill assessment to quality of life assessment. So skill assessment reflects how much level, the skill attainment of the child, and then the functional status. Okay, the child, okay, with the current visual status, okay, the child has learned to use a mobility cane. The child has learned to use a hearing aid. The child has learned to use the child with autism, they have started to self-regulate. They know how to overcome their sensory issues. So we all know that. So all these things, it is in our hands. So skill attainment and function status. So we impart the child, we do assessment, we set IEPs, and then we try to achieve the goals. But the quality of life assessment is how the skill is being transferred. So if the child is able to see, if, for example, a child with a hearing challenge, he is using a hearing aid. He has developed some intelligible speech, but still, does the child use that speech and hearing, and then goes to the restaurant and orders a food for himself? So that is skill transference, right? So with his ability, whether he is able to order the food in the restaurant. So that is so when the child, okay, we say the child with the ASD, okay, they have developed all hypersensitivities now with OT and all desensitization. The child has reduced, the child is able to like manage the sensory hypersensitivities and all that. But will the child be able to attend a Indian marriage, a marriage where there is lots of sound and noise? So that is skill transference, right? Inside the home, inside my place, inside the with familiar people, they'll be the best. But when they are taken out, and they are given the real life situation, whether the child is able to transfer that skill. So that is what we have to be worried of. So the quality of life assessment, will tell us where the child stands, how the child is able to transfer the skill accumulated, will let us know whether the child is like is happy, whether the child is able to has developed good confidence, whether the perceptions are positive about the self is positive, whether they have a good self concept. So all this will be reflected in the quality of life, and you will know the level of the you can see the life of child as a whole through quality of life assessment. Okay, so WHO in way back in 2001, they have given a model called biopsychosocial model. So I don't know how far we are implementing that. Okay, so they say beyond body structure and function. So with the current body structure and function, what all activities a person with a disability or child with disability is able to pursue, and with the activities, how much that person or the child is able to participate in the social environment. So that is how they say we have to not address only this biological structure and the function of the child, but also the activity and the participation level. So they have postulated a model called biopsychosocial model. Okay, so now we'll go in detail because I just want to bring to your notice that all these were existing before, but still we have to start incorporating now in our practice. So QoL assessment. So now we have only 2 questionnaires. So to my knowledge, okay, so WHO has a quality of life questionnaire. So it has 2 versions. One is a long version, which has 100 questions, and WHO Bref has some 50 questions actually. So it is a brief version of WHO, like the long version. And then LB Prasad Eye Hospital, they have developed a functional vision quality of life assessment for low vision children. And then Arvind Eye Hospital has lots of quality of life questionnaire, but it is pertaining to health. See, after a cataract surgery, after a glaucoma intervention, how the patient is perceiving the quality of life. But the application of quality of life assessment hasn't come to this like our sector completely actually. So why I say quality of life assessment is very superior is because it is multidimensional. It doesn't see only one area. It sees how the issue or how the impairment has affected the child's different domains in their life, like the education, social, family relationship, independence, then their leisure time activities, general functioning, so everything. So all these areas are assessed. And then, so now, see, as I say, now we'll start shifting the focus. Yes, we give the child, we are more worried about the skill set. The child is able to write, hold the pencil and write. The child is able to write within 4 lines. We are more focused on that. But now we have to start shifting the focus. Okay, a child with dyslexia, child has a dyslexia. Yes, he started writing, but whether the child is happy in the inclusive setting, whether the child is happy going to the school. So one child comes to me. So she was like she has mild to moderate dyslexia. So I was more worried, focused on making her write. Parents and we have to give drills of activities and all that. But when she started going to school, like again, she took a 6 months break and all that, lots of family issues and all that. And first standard, we put her in a school. First 1 month was a turmoil. She couldn't sit in the class. She was going around. It was like complaint. End of the day, there'll be a call from the school, actually. This is what she said. But what we started was, yes, she has an excellent oratory skills. So we started pushing her in that direction. See, now if the parent goes for a parent-teachers meeting, 50% there will be complaint about her classroom, like she doesn't complete the work and handwriting is not good and all that. But 50% she has lots of accolades. Like they say, but she's such a leader. She's like the way she talks and the way she counsels. She's just in 2nd standard, but she counsels the other child who's crying. So that's what. No, so we should start shifting the focus. So that is what quality of life assessment will let you know, how to shift the focus from a skill-oriented approach to a life-oriented approach. And then we know, as a parents and the specialists, they'll understand what are the contributing factors, why this is particular, the child is not able to, a child is not happy, what is impeding what is standing in the way of achieving happiness. So then we can monitor the changes also. Like, see, up till 6 years, 7 years, every child, whatever you give a telescope, you give a cane, you give a low vision devices, you give a hearing aid, you give a cochlear implant, child with like everything, they accept it very cool. It is like fine. But after that 7th year, when the pre-puberty age starts, that's all. Whatever they had been using, they'll just try to hide it actually. So this quality of life doesn't remain the same throughout. So every based on every development, the child's activities, the child's motivation, intention also changes. So we have to keep in track of the quality of life throughout the entire life of the child actually. So, and it changes over the course. So then after by 15, 16, they settle down, they start accepting everything, and then they go about, then based on their experiences or this thing, again, the lifestyle changes. They start becoming introvert, and they start complaining about themselves. So it keeps changing, and this thing. So we have to, it is the true assessment. We'll know how the course of quality, how the disability is impacting their lives actually. So this is the questionnaire, quality of life questionnaire. As a part of my PhD, I just developed this questionnaire. So it too has two versions, like 69 and 60. One has a long version that has 69 questions. The other one has only 31 questions. So when I went for group discussions, focus group discussions for understanding about the child, so what I felt was, yes, the school is such a beautiful school, but the thing is that, again, how far the child has in that hostel, in the school, within their family, they are the best. They are talking whatever we are asking, total communication, everything. They are employing everything, and they are the best. But when they come to this thing, so they say, we won't travel alone because I'm scared to talk to the conductor. I don't do this because I won't wear a hearing aid outside because people will notice. So when I go to the cinema hall, only after the light is off, I'll put on my hearing aids. So lots of things. So based on that, based on all those things, we formulated a questionnaire. So the questionnaire domains are, the impact of hearing loss on the education in terms of social integration, the psychological well-being, here to what extent they are using the speech, language, and communication, and then the impact, how the hearing loss has impacted the family relationship, and then the general functioning. So a child is assessed in all the important domains of life. So this will know where the child stands, in what way we have to direct our interventions. So this is a brief description of the quality of life questionnaire that I designed during my PhD. So still there is a dearth in this field. So there is not many quality of life assessments in the field. So it doesn't mean that let us wait for the quality of life assessment materials to come up and then we will shift our focus. It's not like so. Let us start from today. So how to incorporate these quality of life in rehabilitation practices? So that is what I want to highlight. So let us not worry about, okay, let the assessments come, let the research institutes take up projects to develop quality of life questionnaires. But until then, so we need not wait. We'll just go ahead with the changes incorporated into our practices. So the core idea is, we all know that every child is unique. So the protocol I use for one child will not be the same, cannot be the same for the other child. So that is why we talk about individual education plan, goal setting, and all that. So here, the next one is, see, the child is not going to be with us. The child has to go back into the family and get back into the community. So parents should become the mediators in this process. So parents, without parents' involvement, I feel whatever we impart is like, it's not going to help. So parents should become the trainers, and they should become the partners in the intervention. And then there is no point, even for a child with severe issues, I feel education is really important. So one child, she was around Ravilla, her name is, but she's no more though. She attained menarche, and then she had severe blood loss, and then she passed away. So just before the 6 months of, just before her menarche and all that, so they just brought her for 2 sessions, that's all. She had severe cerebral palsy, and she was almost in the lying position. So one clue mother gave actually, anything aromatic is being cooked in the kitchen, so this girl will be very happy, and she'll start saying like that she was telling. So then she's understanding, right? So she's not able to speak, she's not able to get up, she's not able to pick up she's not able to use her hand also. So she just brought for she was forced by some other family members, so she brought to me, and then so we made her sit on mother's lap and all that. So she's, but her head control was very good. So I started making her show with the head actually. So I asked her, I put two things and just whatever mother uses with her every day. And then I just started asking few questions. With what mama combs your hair? Then immediately, no, with the head, she touched the comb actually. So mother was so surprised. So we were doing lots of drills like that. And then mother came from another city. So I had to give her a home plan and all that. Twice they visited, but before this, the child entered into menarche and lots of issues. So what I felt, the child was happy. The two mother kept on telling, "Ma'am, she's so happy. She's so happy. Now we are also understanding her better." So what I felt was, say, even at a very low functioning level, even at the end of the she is in the more what the end of that we say, right? End of cerebral palsy, that where there is a severe issues and all that. So even that child is happy when the child is able to communicate, when the child is able to show something to us, show that she is understanding. So what I felt was education by itself is a therapy. It's not a, according to the child's level, you choose a curriculum, you plan a curriculum and then teach the child. Okay. So it has to be ability and interest focused. So that we know all that, right? So if the child is interested in drumming, foster the foster that skill, and then so our rehabilitation therapy should be in that direction. So it's like that. So and then the most important thing, what I felt is like capacitating self. See, it's like, see, every sector, no, see, my husband works for all eye hospitals in developing countries. So he works for all eye hospitals inside India and Nepal, Bangladesh, Indonesia, all the developing countries he works. So he keeps on talking about capacitation, capacity. You improve the capacity of the hospital, become self-sustained. Don't wait for other funds. So so he'll be completely talking about capacitation and all that. So the same thing applies to us also, right? We have to capacitate ourselves so that we are able to meet to the challenges of the community, right? See, for example, I might, because this concept, see, my friend, as I was telling you, Dr. Rani Chakravarti, so she talks about how we break the characteristics of autism. I felt that it is really good actually, because in an Indian situation, there is no silence everywhere. If we go to a temple, there is sound. If we sit on a bus, there will be a stylish way of honking by the bus driver. If we go to a marriage, full band set. Yeah, so there is no silence. And few big malls in Hyderabad, they have adopted a system called silent hour. So every Tuesday, 1 hour, morning 10 to 11, there will be complete silence, and then these children can go and do some purchase and all that. So again, we are making them isolated, right? So in India, according to our culture, the child should know how to manage with this auditory hypersensitivity. So all these sensitivities, everything, no, it is clouding the child's performance, abilities. It is just causing a shadow on their intelligence and all that. So what we started doing is we started breaking the characteristics. Yes, it is difficult for the child. The child will be resisting. So she was talking about how she overcome the child's auditory sensitivity through headphones on the roads and all that. So similarly, lots of small things like that we changed and all that, and we found the child is able to see. One child who comes to me, he likes to attend marriages, he likes to attend cousins' marriages and all that. He wants it, but as soon as the aroma of the food starts, immediately he becomes impulsive and he runs to the direction of the food. So we started working on this. How long? So the mother was going to her side functions, father was going to his side functions. So the child will be at home. So one of them will be there with the child. Then where is the socialization? Where is returning back to community? Where is community integration? So then we started working on desensitizing this auditory hypersensitive, olfactory and auditory hypersensitive. Now he knows that he has to wait. He knows, and he enjoys the family gatherings. Not even one, the mother is missing now. The parents are missing now. every marriage occasions, every temple pujas, everywhere the child is being taken, and the child knows how to behave and how to take care of himself. So that is what I felt was that capacitating is very important. Capacitating the person is more important rather than actually all the time changing the environment, changing the family structure, changing the family, the way in which the child is being taken care in the family. It is not that. With the fullest capacity, with the strong like self-will, the child should be able to manage with the cope up with the requirements in the family as well as in the community. So with this core idea, so we should start working with the child. So in what way you can modify the instruction strategies? So we need to have a customized approach. So we everywhere we follow a protocol, but if the child is not able to achieve one particular step in a protocol, don't stay there. Just go ahead, go to something else, or you either go up or shift laterally. So don't get stuck up in the same place. That is so difficult for the child. So just see how in what, so apply different modes also to teach the child. So every child, you cannot, the way in which I teach one child cannot be like, I cannot apply the same concept to the other child also, right? Same way I cannot teach. So I have to develop a entirely different material, a different methodology for the child. So every approach should be made, should be customized, and then we all know that it has to be highly individualized. And then this concept, see, my children comes, the child comes and all that, so they have some 70 vocabulary with them. Say for example, a child with ASD, so one child came, he had nearly 70 articulative vocabulary. He can names, or he can name 10 fruits, 10 vegetables, 10 vehicles, 10 colors and all that. But that is still at the knowledge level. Actually, it is only at the knowledge level. So when I asked, Nana, what color is apple? He was not able, he knows what an apple is, he knows what a red color is, but he was not able to associate a apple and a red color. So the concept, whatever knowledge the child has accumulated, has not gone into the understanding level, and then to the application level. So how we learn opposites, hot, cold. You make the child, you have a flashcards, and then ask the child to match, ask the child to use it. But whether the child will know, okay, the water I am taking bath is hot, the water in which I wash my hand is cold. So that is the application. So every concept you take, you shift it from the knowledge level, you impart lots of knowledge from the knowledge level, push it to the understanding, and then push it to the application level. So here what happens is the cognitive stimulation happens. So this, even a child with so-called severe intellectual delay is able to apply this. Actually, this is really benefiting when we even a child who has a severe intellectual disability is able to move from knowledge, understanding, and application levels. Okay, that was really amazing, and it was really surprising. Okay, and the next one is, so this is my college lesson actually. So Bloom's taxonomy, pedagogy classes. So there we used to think about, it's such a dry subject, but that concept really we applied here, and it really helped the child. Actually, it helped enabled knowledge to move from knowledge, accumulating knowledge, push it to understanding level, and then push it to the application levels. Okay. And so the next one is skill accumulation versus skill transference. See, one child, he came, he had a very good visual spatial perception. You know, we all know that what is visual spatial perception. He had an excellent fine motor ability. He had the tripod grip. He was able to bring in the movement with the pencil. He had the correct the pressure with which he was holding the pencil, and then with which he was drawing the lines. Everything was perfect. So he had the skill, but he was not able to write an ABCD. With the finger grip, with the adequate pressure on writing, with the visual spatial relationship, but still the child was not able to go to write an ABCD. So there is something in between. So instead of giving the child write write 10 times, no, it's not going to help. See, the problem is the child has to know that the lines and the curves and the strokes, they are spatially oriented to come up with an abstract symbol called A, right? So what we have to do here is Yes, make the child. So every child knows to draw a circle and a line. So give circles. You say make the first circle into a lollipop. The child has to draw a line down. Make the child say the child has make this into a cherry. So the child has to draw a line upward. So make this into a vada. The child has to, in the given circle, the child has to put a small circle inside. So this is how the skill transference can be, the skill accumulation can be transferred. So there is lots of steps. Go for micro level task analysis. So that the child is able to successfully come from accumulation level to the transference level.
Lavanya, a small sorry for the interruption.
Akka?
Maybe you can finish up in another 5 to 10 minutes.
Yes, Ka, sure.
It's 9:45. Yes,
Yeah.
Lavanya.
Okay. So the next one is like alternative approaches. So yes, so I'll next two slides we'll talk about alternative approaches. And then there is lots of methods of service delivery. It is not only one-on-one session. It is not only group session. So, but still there are lots of, so this also I'll just give a slides like that. I conduct leadership session. So we go for mock social training. So there are lots of other types of service delivery. So that also we'll discuss in the forthcoming slides. So this is a leadership session. So this child with an orange dress, she has her IQ falls in the lower range of the lower level of the range of normal IQ range actually. So around 70 she is, 70, 75. So this girl comes to train the boys. So these two boys are they are non-verbal with autism. So she really, she asked one day, every day everybody is asking me to do something, why I'm not able to do something, I'm not able to tell my brother, everybody is telling you do this, I get frustrated, auntie. So now she is like, she helps the session. I feel her self-concept confidence level is growing up. Okay, so this is the alternative strategy. So this child has microcephaly, he has active lesions in the occipital lobe, so his vision is affected. So, but the child cannot say what he sees. So I had wasted time telling Meg, say, this is apple, Nana, this is A, Nana. No, he was not able to say, but he was able to pick up. If I give a choice of 3, he was able to pick up. If I ask, where is an A, he will show an A. So with that reasoning out, we just moved ahead, and then the child is able to now like show on this letterboard actually. So this is an alternative strategy. And then see here, no, the child, even this child with the Down syndrome, but it was so amazing that the child's IQ is so high that he can solve. He's he can read. I don't know, like how it's a miracle. It is like we discovered so late when he was 9 years old, but this man is doing amazing. See, the only way he cannot speak again, he cannot write and show, but see, he is able to pick up the right. So 9 square is 81. So making the home environment, this is something that is very important. So as I said, parents are the primary trainers, so they have to be completely involved. So their family structure has to be studied. So so from the beginning, we were insisting on how the child has to be integrated in the family. How the child has to help mother in the kitchen, how the child has to do, what the child has to do in the bedroom, what the child has to do in the bathroom, like everything, like how the child can help mother, help the family in different settings. So, and then we gave lots of modified games so that the brothers, siblings, everybody can take it. So now during the COVID, they're doing amazing. Even there is no maids and all. These kids really help the mother. So mothers are very happy during this COVID. They are real helpers for the family actually. So lots of changes in the way in which the child has to be addressed. So some kids use non-verbal devices, like there will be some flashcards, so they have to show like pecs. So like that they have to use. So this is also, unless we make the first step is making the child completely integrated into the family. Okay, so the next one is how we are going to use community as a resource. So yes, we do lots of social dramas and social stories and all that, but when it comes to the real situation, so one child, we trained her that she has to attend a conference or something where there will be a food served in a buffet. So we trained her and all that in a given setting, inside my place. But after that, she went and wished the waiter there, and she put a big namaste in front of a huge crowd. So whatever we reap, whatever success we reap in a structured environment, the same thing the child is not able to transfer. So we started using this community programs, like community also we started using as a resource. So parents will take the child, so parents will exchange the children, and like they will try to take them out, or one child will come to spend one full day in another child with another parent. So like that we started it. So any parent who who has a small puja at home, she will try to invite the other kids to home. So like that. And then we had like there were so much of resources in the community, the parks, the slide set in the parks. So all that we started using, all that has to be used actually. And then see the trainers, like the skating trainers, the like all the physical education trainers, yoga trainers, everybody were should be utilized. And then and finally, even if the child, if sometimes the child do fails even after so many exposures, but I started accompanying to the places where they find it very difficult. So this child, she had lots of sensory issues and all that. So now she is sitting for a family, like it's her function. We call it here in Hyderabad a sari function. In front of 50 people, she is able to sit on the chair. There are lots of sounds, music and all that. So the entire program, she's still non-verbal though, but she's like fine, completely like nobody knows, unless she opens her mouth, nobody knows that she has an issue. So school again, so here all the thing, classroom management, everything is fine. But one thing, the sociometry, we have to go regularly to see how far the child is being accepted in the school. So initially they may not be a star, but slowly what I'm seeing is I see that the child is like when we study the sociometry of the child, we see how well the child is being accepted. Okay,
Excuse
so
me,
this is the
Lavanya
child,
ma'am.
a tall boy.
Hello.
Yeah.
I
Yes, ma'am.
think
Saka.
I think we
Yeah,
are
I think I'm
the time.
exceeding, right? Yeah, it's
Yes,
over.
yes, ma'am. Just
Yeah.
next to Guna
So
ma'am is waiting.
yeah, so
Yes,
all this has
for
been
the
like
time,
all this.
ma'am.
I've spoken about all this in my previous slides actually. So this is the need of the hour, and then whatever we start should start early in life. So that the parents are happy. The service we are able to provide a quality of life care. That's all. Yeah. So this is written by one of a child who's falling into the spectrum. So he is nonverbal, but he could type all this. So he is like he has sent his wishes for the last Women's Day. Women rise up, get set, awaken, muster yourself for the well-being of the mankind. My salute to the goddesses saving the planet till eternity. So thank you. Thanks for your patient listening, and all the best to all the participants so that they should carry out all this in their practices. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation.
Yeah,
I
thank you.
think
Lavanya,
we didn't
there
have
are a
time.
lot of nice comments in the chat box. You can read them leisurely. Yes, it was
Okay.
very good information, a nice way of presentation with normal life examples, a very practical presentation. Due to time constraints, we are not taking up questions. We would like to thank Lavanya formally.
Thank you, Kak.
Path forward from segregation to integration and inclusion was clearly dealt, implications of disability, and the transitional shift on focus of quality of life was elaborated. Strategies, factors, and measures, both personal and environmental factors, to make healthy seeds sprout into fruitful, enriched lives bearing fruits of functional well being and a near normal, optimal development was highlighted in Lavanya's presentation. Your core ideas, where education itself becomes a therapy, ability and interest focused, capacitating self, and the need for being self sustained to meet the challenges of the community. Insights gained will surely make us strive in our own way to improve the quality of life of our children and adults with disabilities in a true sense. Yes, we promise, Lavanya, on behalf of all the participants, we will enrich both our effective and effective domains. Thank you, Lavanya, for that exemplary presentation with a lot of life sharing examples and experiences.
Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you, Lavanya
Thank you,
ma'am,
ma'am,
for
for this
joining us
wonderful
today.
opportunity. Thank you, sister.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you
Thank
so
you, sister.
much.
Yeah.
Good
We
morning,
are now
Guna
moving
ma'am.
on.
Yeah.
Good morning, Guna ma'am.
Good
Ma'am,
morning.
unmute your
Can you hear
ma'am.
me, Yumi?
Yes, yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes, ma'am. Yes.
Welcome,
That's
welcome,
good.
ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Ma'am.
Yes, with the blessings of the Almighty, we are moving to the second session of today's International FDP CRE webinar. We have a very eminent resource person with us, Dr. Gunavati Fernandez. Dr. Gunavati, a significant, illustrious, proud rehab alumni who has the credit of being the first batch of rehabians who has no senior to her. All of us are juniors to you,
Yes.
dear ma'am. Ma'am, you
Yes.
are a great personality
Yeah.
who always takes the unbeaten path and dream of making things possible. Everything is possible with Guna ma'am. You are highly potential and your extraordinary talents always makes a difference wherever you are. My PG research guide, I remember how meticulously you used to guide us. We are hoping and praying for a very fruitful session from you, ma'am, on the topic leadership in organizations, overcoming challenges and making changes happen. I now invite Dr. P. Swarnakumari, Dean of Research and Associate Professor of the PG and Research Department of Rehabilitation Science, to moderate this session where Dr. Gunavati Fernandez, ma'am, is the resource person. Over to you, Dr. Swarna.
Thank you, Turin. Good morning, ma'am, and good morning, dear participants. It's my proud
morning,
privilege.
ma'am.
Yes, sister. Yes, it is certainly amazing to introduce our illustrious alumni, Dr. Gunavati Fernandez, keynote speaker of this session. It fills me with a sense of pleasure and privilege of knowing Dr. Gunavati Fernandez, now country head of United Germany, Director, Fernandez Direct Consulting, Associate Partner, the Direct Impact Group, and also a very renowned disability and international development consultant. Ma'am is associated with me for over 2 decades as my adorable senior fellow rehabian, my most inspiring teacher in research, a dedicated associate, and above all, a compassionate human being. In one's life, one seldom comes across professionals like her who come with an excellent mix of leadership, strategic thinking, networking, and team building skills, compounded with a humane approach. Dr. Guna is a very versatile person with exemplary courage to assume the unbeaten path and take up different roles in her career graph. And the most interesting part of all is that she has a very outstanding and excellent track record in every assignment that she has undertaken. For want of time, I shall brief few of her commendable achievements. As a senior executive with 25 years of experience in international disability inclusive development, Dr. Guna has strategically led multifunctional teams to achieve significant growth and paradigm shifts in organizational culture. She has operated at a global level, influencing policies with her across cultural insights and program management realities. She has successfully managed change and pioneered initiatives in disability inclusive development and application. As an operational chief executive, she has demonstrated the ability to articulate field realities and to bring multicultural lens to advance international programming policies and standards in particular to enhance the skills of senior executives across multiple and diverse departments. She has proudly represented the Christopher Blended Mission as a brand ambassador in DOI's advocacy and has been invited to deliver motivational talks to promote organizational credibility and effectiveness, strategic leadership, governance, policy change management, cross-cultural people management, accreditation, and quality assurance are her specialities. And today, ma'am is here to enlighten us on the topic leadership in organizations, overcoming challenges, and making change happen. Welcome you, dear ma'am, and I humbly request you to deliver the much awaited talk. I also welcome the participants of the day and wish to have a very useful and informative session. Over to you, ma'am, for the much awaited session.
Thank you so much, Swarna. Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you,
Yes.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to come. to be with my
And
fellow rehabians, as well as to come to my alma mater. If I am what you have said so far, Swarna and Turin, then it's all because of Holy Cross College. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am. So thanks to my college, thanks to my alma mater, thanks to my professors, and thanks to my students who taught me in those years when I was a lecturer in the college. So it's really a pleasure and a homecoming for me today. And thank you so much for this opportunity. I can go on.
Thank you, ma'am,
1
for
minute,
Yes.
ma'am.
these words.
1 minute, ma'am. Participants, kindly pin on the name Gunapati Fernandez to view the presentation of Guna, ma'am. Kindly pin on the name Gunapati Fernandez. Yes, ma'am. You can continue.
Okay. It's just that I'm not seeing my presentation in front of me. How would I know the presentation has come? Can someone help me?
Yeah, we will tell ma'am where we will present. Dharmi is presenting your
Okay, Dharmi,
PPT.
thank you so much. Yeah, so it's like,
Dharmi ma'am, getting ready? Yes, yes. Okay.
Sister, then
Okay,
it must
okay.
be HCC Rehab Science, is it, for the presentation?
Yes, yes. Yes, ma'am. HCC Rehab
Participants,
Science.
kindly bear with us. Kindly pin on HCC Rehab Science to view the presentation of Dr. Gunavati. Pin on the name HCC Rehab Science. Yes, ma'am, you can continue.
yeah. Thank you again. I just, as we are waiting for the presentation to come on. Yeah, it's coming in.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
there. It's come. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much. Can I have the next slide? I mean, before I go into my presentation, how many of you are in leadership role in your organizations? Can you just put those in your chat box? Like, raise your hand. Just say, I'm there. I'm in one of the leadership role or something. Just type. Yeah, I can see someone, Lynette Maria, Charanya Kannan, Geeta Gopi, Lourdes Mary. Great. It's so great to see so many of you are in leadership role. When I looked into the brochure, there is quite a lot by eminent speakers on how to deal with children, how to work with parents, national education policy, etc. Quite a lot working with the children, their families, and in policy level. But there was not much in terms of organizations and NGOs. And in my life, I deal day to day with organizations and NGOs within India, as well as in my role as a consultant also across the globe, mostly in South Asia. So can I have the next slide, please? Thank you, Tarani. My presentation is based on my experiences that was gathered over the years. However, for a framework of my presentation, I have used the work of Roberts as well as Miguel in their book of the same title of my presentation, as well as Our Iceberg is Melting, which is on organizational change by John Cottar. Can I have the next slide, please? So as I explained before, it's basically the book, whatever the information that is in the on the book is just the framework, but I'm going to talk a lot based on my experience over the years and of working with the organizations. Next slide, please. I'm in a, can I go to the previous slide? Yeah, there was one more slide in between that seemed to have gone, no issues. I have the privilege or double privilege, I would say. I do not run an NGO, but I have had experience over 30 years of being associated with many NGOs, talking to their leaders, trying to understand the issues of organizations, trying to see why certain things work and why certain things do not work. So all my presentation is based on these experiences. Now, a question to the audience out there, please type in the chat box. What do you think is the challenge an organization is facing today? From your perspective, what do you think is a challenge an organization is facing today? Can I have some answers coming up on the chat box? Financial stability, financial challenge, economical, visionary leaders. Yeah, great. Sustainability, technology, wonderful. Financial again, manpower, monetary issues, lack of support from government, goals. Again, I would put goals along with visionary. Thank you so much. Thank you. Keep typing so that it will be a learning for others also. But I would go ahead with my presentation here. Very rightly said. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah. Today's organization phase, it's a long-standing problem, financial, true, visionary, leadership. So the second one comes as leadership, organization, especially grooming second-line leaderships, and of course, technology. Technology, I wouldn't see, from my perspective, I wouldn't see it as a challenge. I would see it as a solution at times. So there is quite a lot of things that keeps changing. And of course, today, COVID has brought in quite a lot of challenging as well as useful information, which useful opportunities, which we would see as we go down the line. Innovative ideas, Charanya Kannan, yes. And also, making people aware and moving on. Wonderful. Thank you so much for all the challenges you have said. So if an organization online mode issues are connected, yes, Shakila, with the online mode issues are connected and it's not, and I will talk about issues connected and interconnectivity in just a minute, just wait. So there's quite a lot of challenges an organization face. We are all aware of the challenges. So the first step, any leadership, so we got to change. We have to change with the situation. We got to change so that we are able to address these challenges and be relevant as an organization. If an organization doesn't become relevant, it is an institution or institutionalizes things and then stops there, then it becomes a museum. If you go and check the meaning of museum in internet, you will understand what I say. So it's a collection of the past. It's not looking forward. It's not going in the going front. So we don't want our organizations to become museums. We want them to be adapt and agile to the changing situation. So the first thing any leadership has to do is to assess themselves and assess the situation. So there is a self-assessment that is needed and identify approaches and identify how we can make changes. So in my coming presentation, I'm going to give you many approaches or strategies that an organization can use for an organizational change, because we are looking at how do we make change and how do we manage change. In my career, I have done I wouldn't boast that I have done a lot of changes, but in the capacity that was given, I have also tried to manage changes and try to bring about paradigm shifts. So based on my knowledge, as well as based on the information I have gathered from others who are managing challenges, let's see what we can learn today. Next slide, please, Tarni. So the changes and changing approaches. The first and foremost thing is what they call as an organization need to have a 21st century thinking. When I say an organization need to have 21st century thinking, it doesn't mean an organization does not have it. And what I am doing now is trying to put all those in a particular format and a framework for the audience out there. So first is thinking, 21st century thinking or a different thinking. It includes a systems thinking, synthesis, and alignment. So what do you know about systems thinking? Anyone has any idea? What do we mean by systems thinking? In the chat box, if someone has some thoughts, please. Okay, I'm sure you are systematically thinking about systems thinking. But as we go on, let me explain what is a system thinking that you see on the screen. It is an integration that is based on the belief that components of parts of a system might act differently when isolated from the system. It's not sum of parts. All of you know about log frames, do you? You have come across log frames, and have you written log frames for project planning? Yes, I see someone saying, yeah, almost any organization, if you have to put up a proposal to an organization, they will say, can you do a log frame? Log frame is basically you decide on a goal, you decide what is the outcome you are going to have or an activity you will have, and then the activity, then it's a linear logical framework. Yes, you're right, Shakila, logical framework, which we shortly call as log frame. So it's a kind of a linear process. Activities adds on to activities, and finally you achieve a goal. Does life happen like that? Do you have a linear process out there in the community when you work, or with the children you work? It's not linear. It's complicated interrelation things. It's not just like one happens and then the next happens and the next. It doesn't add. It's not sum of parts. It's not sum of various activities. There is quite a lot of interrelation that happens within the components, and systems thinking is trying to look at these interrelations, being conscious of relationships. What is the relationship happening between there? What are the various factors? How do they relate to that, to one another? What is the context of it? Because what happens in one context will differ in another context. All our reality has changed in the corona context, isn't it? So what is the context, and what is the relationship, and what are the connections? That's number one. And number two, what are the boundaries? What is the scope? Where does this relationship stop? Where does this connection stop? Where does it act? Where does it stop? And perspective. I have a perspective, and I'm presenting to you all in a perspective. Whereas my recipe and my audience, you have a different perspective of what I am saying. Communication ultimately is what is perceived. So there is a lot of, the way you perceive a problem would differ from person to person, within the organization and outside the organization. Systems thinking is trying to think through all these aspects, how various measures, how they are interlinked, and how they are happening. So, Naga, I think the presentation that's coming on is an older one, not the last one that I sent to you. Can I have the final one there on? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. We'll just get it corrected.
Yeah, please. I'm just wondering why I'm missing slides. Sorry. As the slide is coming up, can anyone in the audience give me an example of how COVID is systems thinking and COVID? What has COVID done to you and your work and in the organization? What has happened? The presentation will be named as Dr. Guna Final. I see that it is revamp your strengths. Okay. In what way revamping your strengths, if I can say? Innovate. It has brought in innovations. In order to bring in the innovation, did you study the what has changed in it? Has it deepened any defects that was already there? Did you observe anything? What has happened to your parents and your community? Differential thinking to solution, learning new technology for one to reach the unreachable children. Hold on to that. Sorry, can I come again, Anju? Hello? Yeah.
Ma'am, they're checking it out. Ma'am, please wait for a few minutes.
No problem. I can keep talking to the audience, no issue.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So, learning new technology, revamp our strengths to reach out unreachable students. True. Thank you. Currently, we are using new technology. What new technology, Sarathvik, Karim, ready? New ideas to overcome COVID, yeah? We could deliver services or therapy. So how do you deliver services or therapy? Telerehabilitation, wonderful. You know what? Somebody asked me to do an evaluation online. And at the moment, I'm in the process of doing online evaluation. And that's really a struggle for me to evaluate an organization, assess an organization, and they programmed for a funder online. Initial shock has given way to bring in people together more. Agreed. Delivering services online. Agreed. So online evaluation, I had my own issues because how do you, when you go to evaluate, when you meet people in person, then you see the person, you observe their body language. When you talk to parents on how the services given by the organization is there, many times they would say, yes, they look, it's fine, but there will be something in their body language that tells you, it's not so fine, there is something else, there is a difference. Or, or they're really happy, but they are not explaining it as much as we would want us to expand and explain. So as I was assessing how online evaluation or video calls and go-to meetings is helping me in evaluations, I realized that I am missing the Z factor or Z factor, as I called it. X and Y axis is there. Sometimes in the video calls, I'm able to see the person, but I'm really not sure whether the person is telling me is what the person really wants to tell me, or is what really the person understands. So when you do online, there's quite a lot of adaptations you have to do. Your online evaluation, you're still a question, you have not come in terms. Trust me, that's my first experience. At the moment, I'm writing reports. And one of the main thing is how do I triangulate? So now, more than normal evaluations, I need to have more time and more people to triangulate my findings, as well as more of analysis of documents and interrelating with financial documents. Earlier, financial aspects, yes, we would analyze budgets, actuals, and what has happened, but not to the extent of correlating every programmatic aspect with finances before. So online work, evaluation especially, is interesting, and it has given me quite a bit of challenge, but I think we have overcome the challenge, and we are using a lot of things. And one of the things I used for online evaluation until the presentation comes is what we call as a photo voice. Photo voice, or yes.
Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am. The last sent
Yes.
in presentation is at 5:43, and it also has the same slides. Can you just forward it again to?
To Naga, ma'am, yesterday
When
I
I
had
checked with her,
forwarded.
there is some connectivity issue in her ma'am's place. So I checked with
Yeah,
her right
okay.
now. This is what she has received at 5:43.
No, it was last evening, late in the evening I had sent. Okay, which is the email
12:47.
address I need? Which is the email address I need to send?
Vinishad@gmail.com. VINISHAAD.
Just a minute.
I just
VINISHAED
SHAED@gmail.com.
at gmail.com. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
VINISHA at gmail.com, isn't it?
SHAED.
ED at gmail.com. Yes, I have done that.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll just.
Okay, I have sent, and let the presentation keep coming. But meanwhile, let me go ahead with my slides because I don't want to delay the next speaker too much too. So as we were talking, online evaluation was something we were discussing. So triangulate, yes, new terms, and with triangulate, new terms, triangulate and photo voice. Okay, triangulate is something what you do to understand if an information given by someone is the same. That's a research term. I'm sure you would have come across, but probably it's not clicking your mind at the moment. When you have any findings or when you have anything, you need to triangulate across more than two sources, whether more than two people are saying the same. A leadership would tell you that, oh, a decision making is very democratic. We talk to, all my people are involved in the decision making. Then you go and you are doing your assessments, and as you're talking, okay, when you have this particular issue, when you want to buy a new toy for a child to teach the child, how is the process? Where does it go? Or when you want to do this differently, how do you do it? What do you want to do differently? And then say the field worker or the supervisor or somebody would say, or the parent, a special educator will say, if I want anything, I do this, I do that. And then you go to the next level. And in the whole process, you understand that either decision making is democratic and there is quite a lot of freedom. People are aware of the budget. People are aware of how they should organize the budget and how they should do the work. Or you understand every decision is going up to the management level and they decide, including a small purchase or a small change or anything. And that's triangulation for you. So on the one hand, you have the leadership that has told you that decision making is democratic. While you're talking to the people, you understand at all levels, you understand decision is either democratic or not democratic. So you triangulate a particular information. You try to find out through various sources whether what they are saying is the same. Photo voice is again is a form of it's another form of yes. Thank you so much. Can we are back on track? Photo voice, another thing where you ask the client, like for example, I was so happy to listen to Lavanya's presentation just before
presentation is ready, ma'am.
Yes, I have noticed that. Thank you so much, Turin, and I will follow it up. Thank you so much. So Lavanya's presentation, and she was talking about quality of life and how people will learn. Now, so photo voice is something where the child or the parent takes a photograph of one particular instance. For example, she was talking about sari ceremony, and the child is going and sitting in front of 50 people without showing any untoward behavior. So the photo voice would be that you ask the family, what is the significant aspect or what is the significant change you have seen? And it could be, I'm not saying it is that, but if that is a significant change for the parent or the child, the photo voice will be a photo of that child sitting in front of 50 people and the parents talking to him. The voice would be the parents telling you either in written or in a video or in an audio, whatever form you may choose, saying, this is a significant moment for me. This is a significant change. This is just a photo for others, but this photo means that my child has learned how it can be in front of 50 people. A child which was all very scared of noise and audio now is in front of 50 people. Among the noise is able to manage her behavior. She learning to manage her behavior means that we can have functions at home, we can go for functions at home. So that again triangulates what the organization would have told. In this case, if I have been evaluating Lavanya's program, she would have told we made changes that we have managed. In all technical terms, she would have told that auditory disturbance is managed, olfactory stimulus is managed, and the child is managed. But actually what it means to the family and what it means to the child. It means to the family that they can have functions in their own home, and they can go to functions, which means they are part and parcel of their extended family and the society around them. And that's what you and I are working for. So that's what we mean by photo voice. It could be video or something, but what is meaningful to the child, the person takes a child or family or community, it can be applied to anybody, takes a photo and tells in their own words what it means. And the meaning is because of the work people like you have done in the organization. So going back to our presentation, systems thinking is again, interrelationship and connections, etc. So that you give attention to all those interrelationship, the boundaries, the scope within which, and the perspective of each other. Can I have the next slide, please? Dharni? Yeah, thank you. The next thinking is synthesis. I need not talk to you educators about synthesis a lot. Synthesis is like where you get information from various sources and how you try to put them together in one to make understand them as a whole. I don't know about you, all of you, and what I tell doesn't mean every organization is like that. I salute those organizations who have a non-silo approach. When I say non-silo approach, kind of compartmentalized. This is this department. This is this project run by this donor. This is Azim Premji Foundation thing. This is CBM project. That is Site Savers project. That is somebody else project. And there is, it's just run as individual projects, and there is not much of a cross learning. I don't say all organizations are like that. There are organizations who really learn from one another, share best practices, sit together and as an organization discuss despite which project, which funder funds which area of the project. But accounting only needs to be different in when a funder funds. But learning and talking and cross fertilization should be across the organization. So synthesis is bringing information from every department, bringing information from every angle, every community that the organization works, and try to find solutions and answers. When I asked the COVID challenges, there were so many challenges that, new way of thinking, innovative way of doing, technology, etc., etc. So what is happening in the community? Is my community is really poor? Do everyone have a Android phone? Can I do tele-rehab? What if they don't have an Android phone? How do they access it? How do they do it? And in another slide, I talk a little more about it, because my recent online evaluation gave me a lot of insight into this tele-rehab, and I would come back to that in a short while. But the important thing, I remember writing almost in 10 of my evaluations, this sentence that you see at the end of the slide here: periodical reflections, why we are doing what we are doing. When I ask organizations, do you sit as a team? How often you have team meetings? Answer will be weekly, monthly, or once in a quarter. Do you sit with other departments and other projects, similar projects or organizational projects? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. And then I ask, what do you discuss? What do you think will be an answer? What do you discuss in team meetings? Any answer? What do you discuss in team meetings? You talk about activities done? Do you talk about, what do you talk? Success stories, okay, what is happening? Progress of activities, college projects, yeah? Okay, fine. Achievements, great, thank you so much. You talk about achievements, you talk about things. Do you anytime go and revisit your goal and vision, and do you really see ironing out issues, learnings? Thank you so much. But then in so many times, we don't really see activities. Have you done this activities? Is it done? Tick box, yes. Okay, not done. Why not done? When you're going to plan next month, next week, whatever. But we don't really, as organizations, reflect, why are we doing this activity? Yes, we wrote the proposal, but why did we do this activity? And what are we doing? Is it really making sense? Is it really towards vision of the organization? Many a times, the reflection of why we are doing what we are doing. Why are we doing this? That reflection doesn't happen at all levels. And that I keep writing, SWOT analysis, yes, that I keep writing to in my reports to for many organizations. Please stop, take time, reflect back, see why you're doing what you're doing. Otherwise, yes, you would have finished your budgets. Yes, you would have done all the activities you want to do, but have you really brought about the change in the community that you want to do? You will not have an answer. So we keep asking people to periodically to reflect why they are doing whatever they are doing. Thank you. Next slide, please. The third thinking is the alignment, that you are sequencing your various your services so that it improves the quality of life of a person. And I would not go into quality of life of a person or the family, because Lavanya had given you wonderful insights into quality of life. So it's like, how do you organize your services to increase the quality of life? However, my presentation is not on individual education. My presentation is not on individual rehab. My presentation is on organizations and change in organizations. So here, when I say alignment, is how do I align various things for a clear vision? How will the organization will have somebody wrote to me, what is the challenge to facing today? They wrote visionary leaders. Having a clear vision was one of the things that came. Yes. So in this changing situation, what is the clear vision that we need to have based on the various systems thinking, your systems thinking and the synthesis you had on information from various level, what is the vision that should be there? What is the strategy for the change? So having a clear goal, a meaningful purpose, and a practical strategy is important. But what is even more important is creating a sense of urgency among your staff, making sure they understand this uh, vision and the strategy you're talking. If you don't get the buy-in from your staff, they will just do something and they won't be really into it. So how do you clearly communicate to the staff your vision, why you're changing the vision, and why you're not changing the vision, why you are redefining the vision in the current challenge, and what is the strategy you are doing, and why you're doing this strategy. This needs to be clearly communicated to your team. So this is more important. So the first one is having a different thinking. Some of you wrote differential thinking on the chat box when I asked the challenge. And this is what I would summarize when you say differential thinking is, how do you think, apply a systems thinking? How do you synthesize various information? And how do you align that information to form a clear vision, and a strategy becomes critical? Can I have the next slide, please? The next approach is measure organizational outcomes and outputs. Again, in want of time, I'm shortening my questions and audience engagement. When you write the logical framework and when you do the your proposals, has anybody ever thought of what would be the evaluation question at the end of the project? Just tell me yes or no. Yeah, it's fine. And yes, yes, ma'am. Yeah. Thank you so much. You are the wonderful elite lot in the organizations, in some of the organizations. Many a times in organizations, when they do community engagement, they do not think of the evaluation questions at the end. They think of the activities, they think of the goal, they think of objectives, etc. But how do I measure whether I have achieved my goal, or how do I measure whether community engagement has happened? What is the exact evaluation question I will have, or an evaluator will have, is not thought of while you are initiating a project. So in many cases, again, I salute those organizations who think of the evaluation questions when they write the program itself. But there are many organizations whom I have come across, indicators are met, yes, to see whether the indicators are met. But to define the indicators, one need to know what will be your evaluation question at the end of your project. What exactly are you going to evaluate, and why? That is more important. Why you want to evaluate that. So once you're clear of your evaluation question at the end, you will know what should be the outcome, and you will know what are the indicators you're going to track, and you will know what would be the output. Then you will know what kind of activity you need to do. So start from the what will happen at 5-year end. When I say what will happen, not your vision alone, your goal alone after 5 years, but how will I evaluate that at end of the 5th year or 3rd year, whatever is your project period. And from that end, start working backwards to your activities. Logical frame gives you, the log frame starts with the activities and goes to the end. But then when you plan a proposal, please start with how will I evaluate, and why do I use this evaluation question? Why do I want to use this question? Once you're clear on that evaluation question, yeah, questions are thought, evaluation is planned while you're planning. Yes, you plan and you budget for an evaluation, but evaluation questions generally are not thought while you are preparing your project. They are usually thought only when an evaluation is kicks in. That has been my practice most of the case, what I've come across in most of the case. And one of the learning I had when I took a community engagement evaluation course is, when you plan a project, think of your evaluation question and work backwards, which was a significant learning for me when I did that course. So that's my advice. If those of you don't do it, start thinking, what will I evaluate? What will be my evaluation question, and why? The critical aspect is why. Why do I use this evaluation question? And that will give you a lot of answers. So work backwards. But another important aspect is to measure outcomes is the aspect of making, measuring and using personal outcomes and organizational outputs. What do I mean personal outcomes as organizational outputs? Again, all my evaluations invariably, except 2 evaluations done, one in Kolkata and one now what I'm doing, is I had to repeatedly tell them, you are sitting in a gold mine of data. Lots of information about children, about awareness programs, about working in the community, about rallies, about posters, about creating brochures for awareness, etc., etc. Wealth of gold mine of data. How many research papers? How many paper presentation? Very less. And maybe a couple of people. So one of the things, this is, I'm giving an example, but that's not everything. So one of the thing is, somebody in the chat box typed innovative thinking, new ideas. How do you get new ideas? Look at your data, analyze the information, synthesize, and present papers, write papers, disseminate it, and it will be a personal outcome for one of your staff. Your staff is going to present a paper in a webinar like this, or present a paper, or talk about, different thinking and new method among their staff members, and they are recognized for it, that becomes a personal outcome for the person, but it is an organizational output because the organization is looking for different thinking. The organization is looking for something out of the box. The organization is looking for knowledge, consolidation of knowledge and institutionalizing that knowledge. So that's happening with the staff. So something that is a personal outcome for the staff, which is a paper or something, it becomes an organizational output. So a leader or leadership makes sure that not only that organization vision is clear, strategy is clear, it also makes that as a personal outcome for an individual. So there are parts of it where when the individual does, it's not just for the organization, it's also a personal growth. So one example is the data and the research I'm explaining. So leadership is at all levels. Leadership is not right on the top. Capacitating an individual is one thing, and also that capacities lies with the individual, and how do you as a leader enhance to bring it out. So sometimes I do have a bit of a struggle when we say capacitating an individual. Individuals have that capacity. I'm sure my lecturers, fellow lecturers and teachers will know that a student has the knowledge, a student has the IQ, the student has a thinking capacity. We are only lighting that thinking capacity. We are not capacitating that thing. The same way, capacity building means that we are not giving a capacity, but we are enhancing the capacity that is already existing. That when we capacitate women's group, it doesn't mean that they don't have the capacity, but we are making sure that what is latent in them, what is in them comes out. Yeah. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah. So from going from measuring information and making personal outcome is forming a guiding team. I remember coming across a statement that says that a leader who does not doubt himself is only pretending to lead. It's a very loaded statement. Every one of you who have been in leadership position and who are in the family, when you do something new, when you're working on it, it always becomes an issue that you have doubt. You're not sure. Okay, I've done this, I've thought a lot, we have thought a lot, we are moving towards this, but is it really going to work? So if you don't doubt yourself, then you're only pretending to lead. There will be always an element of doubt. So how do I manage that? Managing and making sure is having a guiding team with you. You would have come across the Pareto principle of 80-20. That's a big management principle where 20% of input gives you 80% of your output. The same way you will have within the organization fired people, forget about the percentage, a small group of people who are with you with your vision, who understand your vision, who are with you to take it forward. Now, this is the group you have to really concentrate and work with them so that it snowballs and it goes to others. It gathers momentum and goes. Empower this group. Find this small group and make sure you empower this group so that it it brings about the change. Change doesn't happen with the whole organization changing, everybody in the team changing. Forget it. That will never happen. But there will be a small group that's with you. Identify the small group, empower that small group, and make sure change happens. Empower them in order to make the changes, in order to implement your vision. Don't try to convert everyone. Please remember the 80-20 principle, the Pareto principle. In all organizations, be it corporate or anywhere, 20% of input gives 80% of result, not 100% of input gives 100% of result. And the trick is identifying that 20%, that 20% of people. Forget the number, that small group that is going to be with you. That is more critical. Can I have the next slide, please? Employ a system of supports. As I told you, a leader will have his own doubts, and you have a group of team with you that will be what I call as scaffolding. Those of you who implement community programs will understand the community support, parents group supporting your special educator, parents group working with you. And those of you who work in institutions and in hospitals, you talk about parents' involvement, parents' ownership of your therapies, etc. So you have your support for your programs that way. You get the parents to support, you get the extended family to support, you get your other team members to support, you get the community to support in a community program, self-help groups, community leaders, village development committees, child protection committees, so on and so forth. But what is there in an organization? I have written 3 sentences down in my slide. Mentors. Find mentors for your managerial team as well as for your next levels. The mentors should be I would say, outside your organization. Don't look for mentors only within your organization. In today's, and that's one of the opportunity COVID has given you, online mentorship is possible. You don't need a mentor to be face-to-face. We are all learning online. I have never addressed 180 people just looking at my computer, and I'm learning it as we are going, how to engage my audience there. The same way, mentorship can be done online. All the other person need to give is only few minutes of their time. Find mentors for your team, not necessarily the leader or the director is the mentor always. Get other mentors. Formulate advisory teams, think tanks from different walks of life for your organization. And I have put movers and shakers. Basically, what I have seen, and this is a statement I always make, disability sector is the only sector that talks about inclusion in a segregated setup. Go for any inclusion conference. It'll be all the special educators. It'll be all the rehabilitation workers. It'll be all the organizations. Very few people from our education department, very few people from the outside. Inclusion means society. Society means everyone in the society. So get people, be it corporate, be it a film director, be it an actor, be it somebody who is way out of whom we think as a normal organization, put them into your think tank, because they will ask you questions which will cut through a lot of our thinking and will make you to think, because they see things in a different perspective. So I put them who is totally unrelated. When I say we think as unrelated from a thing, put them in your advisory group. I'm sure you'll have friends, relatives, somebody will be saying, oh, you're doing a very good work. I wish I can do something like this, but I'm different. Get that person, put that person in your think tank or in your advisory group. They will be the movers and shakers. They will shake you out of your complacence. They will make you to think differently. Innovative thinking, differential thinking. I go back to those statements that came in the chat box. They will ask to you. So make sure you have scaffolding around you. Make sure you have support around you. And make sure this support is really helping you to go forward. So think of different sectors and have them into your think tank as your support or mentors for your team. Approach 5 is use evidence-based practices to make decisions. As I told you, have a mine of data, analyze the data, synthesize the data and reflect. Next slide, please. Sister, before you tell you, I'll finish. Tell me a couple of sentences.
Understood.
Yeah. Next
Okay,
slide,
okay.
please. Approach 6 is implement a performance-based evaluation and management system. Again, when we say performance-based evaluation, I always have a difficulty here as a leader, is clear articulation of what is expected of a staff. Many times we assume that the staff knows what is needed. So you need to clearly explain what is expected, what are the measures you are going to see used to evaluate your performance, and also talk about the result. It will strengthen your effectiveness and efficiency. Next slide, please. Create value and enhance sustainability approach. Think of new approach. We have been talking of that always. Think of new approach and reconfigure what is already there. And we talked about tele-rehab. And are we reaching the most vulnerable in the tele-rehab? In my recent evaluation, sister, just 2 more minutes. Recent evaluation, I found that tele-rehab, to my surprise, has worked pretty well. But there was 10 to 20% of the segment who did not have an Android phone. Out of that, around 5% got Android phones of their relatives and neighbors to attend tele-rehab. They did not have, but then they got. But there was 15% that was left out. So how do you reach them? Have a device that is for your rehab. Today's technology is cheap. Work with any startup company so that you have a device that is phone. Be careful. In many times in my evaluation, I found that phone is with the father, and father gets work, he goes out, the phone is not available for the mother to give rehab, or was not available for me to ask how was the rehabilitation to do the evaluation. I was totally surprised. It was fathers who were answering when I was doing the evaluation online. So one of the problem, how do we sort it out? Then you call the person at 10 o'clock in the night so that he has come back from work, and then you talk with the family, or 8 o'clock in the night. But this is an issue, and it's a practical one. In our society, if there is a device and connectivity, it is only thought that the father will be connected, the man of the house will be connected, not the female. But then the rehab, it is the mothers. Another one is also an evidence-based decision. Center-based is better or home-based is better. I assumed center-based was better because more time with the special educators and others. But in this particular organization, couple of centers, it was not center-based, it was home-based, because the people who brought the child to the center was the grandmothers or a servant, because the other parents were working. So when they went back, they did not do the therapy properly. Whereas an home-based intervention worked better because the mother or the primary caregiver was there. They learned from the field workers and they did the therapy. So there is no one answer. As a rehabilitation worker, I thought center-based is best, but that didn't work. The data proved otherwise. So now we are looking at how we can do tele-rehab, come face-to-face together, because in order to tele-rehab, you need a certain level of understanding and certain level of easiness with the family. So that doesn't come without a physical thing. Here they had the physical connect and then tele-rehab work. So how do you frame a program where you combine physical visit along with tele-rehab to enhance the time of the team that is with there, so that you can reach more people? How do you frame a program so that if there is no Android phone, how does it work? Do I think of a device that is just a tab and works only for rehab? I don't know. That the organization will find an answer after I finish the evaluation. But these are the innovative things, and you have to think of sustainability approach. Next slide, please. Overcome resistance to change. Any change, there will be resistance. How do I overcome resistance to change? Remember the guiding team I talked about, and celebrate success. Our rehabilitation is one group which always talks about what is not done and forget about what is done. Every small step your child makes is time to celebrate. So celebrate success, even every small step, because that gives enthusiasm to your organization. Every small step towards your vision, every change that has happened in your strategy, small change. It's not the ultimate change, but small change. They make sure that you celebrate that change, and everybody in the organization comes to know that. Chinna orange, but it might be a small sweet you give everyone. But the factor is that you celebrate success, however small it is. That should be recognized across the organization to build the momentum. Next slide, please. Build a new culture. A culture in an organization is like an onion. Okay, I would say it's nothing there at the end, but you have to peel the layers. First, you will see behavior of your staff. When you peel the layer, you will understand what is the norms, what is the rule, unsaid rule that is operating in your organization that results in that behavior. When you peel that, you will know what is the value that the organization holds. If the value, you might articulate something as a value, but this analyzing the behavior, the norm, everything unsaid, that norm that is existing, and you see what is the real value that is there in the organization, that will help you to analyze and change if the value needs to be changed. So build a new culture, analyze what is the unsaid norms and rules that is existing in your organization. If it is unsaid, that norm that is existing, it is said that decision is democratic, but unsaid is everything the director has to approve. So you go to the director, you validate your decision every time with them. That means that your organization is not democratic. So once you understand that, you go to change the value. Next slide, please. So a successful organization needs to be open, resilient, flexible to change. And if they have to be that, then they tend to be, next slide, please. Community-based. When I say community-based, I'm not talking just CBR, community-based rehabilitation. It is ownership of the community, be it parents in a institutional therapy, but it's ownership of others, number one. It is horizontally structured. Decisions and a strategy is as horizontal as possible down, so it's not vertical. Include support coordinators. Remember, mentors, think tank, movers and shakers, as well as leadership at all level. Evidence-based practitioners. We talked about synthesis, analysis, sequencing and evidencing everything. Next slide, please. Knowledge producers. Please remember, share your knowledge, synthesize your knowledge, write papers, attend workshops, disseminate, create models, put it out there, let people criticize. That means you are changing and you are improving yourself. So every organization needs to be a knowledge producer. Focus on continuous quality improvement. We can't be complacent. Last but not the least, I'm linking up to the previous session, enhance the quality life of their clientele. When I did this evaluation, when I asked the parents, can you think what you changed in your life? The parents were not able to articulate. Not that there was not changes in their life. They were not aware that the change in their child's life is changed in their life. If the child has got a behavior of sitting in front of 50 people, that means it's a lot of change in their life. I'm linking to Lavanya's presentation. So talk to the parents, make sure they are able to articulate the change that is happening in their life, because ultimately that is what we are looking at. We are looking at inclusion of the child in the family. It's not just behavior change of the child. Why do you change the behavior? You change the behavior so that the child is a part and parcel of the family. The family is part and parcel of the extended family, and the whole family is part and parcel of the society. Next slide, please. Thank you so much. Sorry, I had to rush at the end, but thank you so much for the presentation. Sister, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. It was very exemplary, and there are a lot of positive comments in the chat box. It was a real experiential sharing, and we are reminded of our classroom days. We really miss you, ma'am, even today. It was a wonderful class that you took for us. Yes, an excellent leader and an exemplary visionary, ma'am. Your creative way of presentation also. Over to Dr. Swarna.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Turin. Ma'am, it was just as I just go with my head of the department and my colleague. It was a very outstanding presentation, the need of the hour to just enhance and sharpen our leadership skills. Yes, participants, as it is evident from the chat box that we have a lot of positive comments where people have really had a very fruitful learning experience on sharpening their leadership skills. Participants, if you have questions, you can just post it in the chat box.
There was one question somebody asked me for behavior change. I mean, we can talk later. Maybe you can get my contact through the organization, and then we can chat later. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Swarna and Sister and the team.
Thank you,
Anytime,
ma'am,
I
for
am happy
joining
to
us.
give back to my college days.
Yes,
Anytime,
yes,
I'm
ma'am.
open for it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank
Thank
you.
you, ma'am.
Thank you,
A
Guna. This is
formal note.
Sheila here.
Oh, Sheila, ma'am. Good morning.
Yep. Thank you so
Please
much.
show
Despite
your face.
landslides and connectivity issues, you have somehow managed. That shows what kind of a determined leader you are. Thanks so much for being here with us. Thank you, Guna.
Pleasure,
Ma'am,
ma'am.
it's
Thank you,
all
Thank
ma'am.
your
you.
training, ma'am. Training
Ah,
from
thank
the
you, ma'am.
rehab families.
Rehab.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Kiran. Over to Swarna. Sorry, Swarna, I barged in.
No, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. It was nice to listen to you after a long time. Ma'am, just a formal note of thanks. The roots of all kindness lies in the soil of appreciation. Thank you, Dr. Guna, for this very useful and informative session. Leaders are not born but groomed, and I am sure your experiential sharing and intellectual flood of knowledge will really give us the right mindset and skill set to become dynamic leaders, especially in these challenging times. Thank you, ma'am. Once again, I also thank the participants for a very interactive session, and your involvement was really exemplary. Thank you, ma'am, once again. Over to Turin for the next session. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Guna ma'am, and thank you, Swarna. Now we move on to the third session for today's webinar. Is also by an illustrious rehab alumni, Dr. S. Francis Anancia, who's a very sincere, hardworking person who always has perfection as her watchword and never compromises on quality at any extent. Dr. Anancia always takes calculated risks and has a far-sighted vision and always works with integrity and the outcome in mind at the beginning itself, and believes success is always related to prior planning and skilled preparation. Dr. Anancia Albert will enlighten us on the topic, the best journey to early adulthood of persons with special needs. I now invite Ms. G. Sasikala, Assistant Professor, PG and Research Department of Rehabilitation Science, to moderate the session for Dr. Francis Anancia Albert. Over to you,
Thank,
Sasi.
thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. I extend a warm welcome to the International FDP CRE webinar series 2 on disability across disciplines, best practices. I am profusely overjoyed to take the opportunity to introduce our prominent distinguished alumni, Dr. Francis Anancia, this session speaker. Ma'am started her profession as an institutional social worker for 2 years and later stimulated to teach college students. With 13 years of teaching experience as an assistant professor in the Department of Rehabilitation Science, Holy Cross College, Trichy, she always takes pleasure in guiding and encouraging students. She shares that her first child was the rehab wings, a student volunteer program forum, and her second was a UGC Hepson project, and she was instrumental in establishing the EduTech Assistive Technology Lab to augment educational services to persons with disability. She also had the privilege to be an official evaluator to conduct inspection of NGOs seeking grant in aid from the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, have undergone an intensive course on social science research methods at Indian Social Institute, Bangalore, and on innovations in healthcare education, Oxford University, and Viatel International, the Netherlands. For the last 6 years, as a rehabilitation and educational consultant, she shares her expertise for many training programs in the field of disability, life skills, Catholic marriage preparation class, parenting and helping parents to transform the life of their children, and online counselor for Tanjore Diocese. The accolades she have gained are an award of appreciation for the outstanding services rendered towards the development of education for children with disabilities at the Ruby Jubilee Celebration of Life Center for the Hyderabad. She has cleared the UGC NET with a strong social responsibility. She employs skill in cultivating positive attitude and to develop healthy practices in facing life challenges, particularly for the youth. Today, we are privileged to have an opportunity to listen to her talk on the best journey to early adulthood of persons with special needs. Once again, I welcome you, ma'am, and dear participants. Participants, type your queries in the chat box and it will be addressed at the end of the session. Participants, kindly continue to mute your audio and turn off your video. Thank you for your kind cooperation. Over to Anu ma'am.
Blessed day to all. Am I audible, Sasi? Yeah.
Yes,
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 ma'am.
Anu.
Is it
1 minute,
clear?
Anu.
Yeah,
1
okay,
minute.
okay.
Participants, kindly pin on the name Anancia Albert to view the presentation. Pin on the name Anancia Albert. Yes, Anu, you can proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Sasi, for those wonderful words. I'm really humble and thank God for making me what I am today. Foremost, I thank Almighty Lord for this great opportunity and my sincere gratitude to my much loved teachers and the organizing.
Yes, Anu, you can continue. Anu?
Anu ma'am. Ma'am, link is cut. Ma'am is not here.
That's LM. She's there, ma, but her video is audio and video
Presentation is
are in
here,
mute.
right, ma'am?
Anu?
Ma'am, shall I call her?
Maybe you can make a phone call, Sasi.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Anu? Anu?
I have a feeling that her audio is muted,
Yes, that's what, man. That's what I'm trying to tell her. Anu, unmute your audio, Anu. Anu, unmute your audio, Anu. You have to unmute your audio. We are not able to hear you, Anu. Anu?
Turin, I've called her, Turin. I've called her.
Yes, Crescenta. Because she started presenting.
I have already told her daughter.
Ma'am is not picking the phone.
No, I've called her.
Here it shows that her audio is muted.
It's muted, yes, ma'am. It's still in the mute mode. Yes. She started presenting, but since it's in the mute mode, we are not able to hear her.
Tarmi?
Yes, ma'am.
Tarmi, you be ready with Anancia's presentation. She'll come just show her video and she'll start speaking just like the previous speaker. You just be ready with the presentation.
Okay,
Anu,
ma'am. Okay.
Anu, HCC Rehab Science is doing the presentation. You can just start explaining, Anu. You can stop presenting, Anu. We are
Why,
doing the
ma'am? Any
presentation.
connectivity issue?
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay, okay. Participants, please do not leave. I see you many leaving one by one. Slideshow mode, ma'am. Yes, Dharmi, it's visible. Slideshow mode. Anu, ma'am? The slides are ready, ma'am. Yes.
Like my voice is clear now?
Yes,
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 Anu.
yes, ma'am. You can
Yes,
come
Anu.
closer to the mic, little more.
Okay. And yeah. From when did you not hear, sister?
From the beginning itself,
Beginning
Anu.
itself, ma'am, we couldn't hear because you muted
Okay,
your
okay,
audio.
okay.
Yeah.
You start
Okay,
again,
okay.
no problem.
Okay. The video is there? Okay.
Yes,
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 ma'am,
Anu.
it's there, ma'am.
Yes.
Welcome, Richard, sir. Happy to see you. Welcome, welcome.
Sorry for the disturbance, participants. Kindly excuse me.
It's okay, ma'am. Please, you continue. No problem. The
Foremost, I
technical.
thank the Almighty Lord for this great opportunity and my gratitude to my much loved teachers and the organizing team for offering me this platform. It is always a joy to be part of the rehab family. And I should definitely say that these 3 days were a loaded learning from eminent professionals and my fellow rehabians. I thank all the speakers for their valuable inputs. And in the last 2 days, we had seen people talking about the special needs of children at the school level. And in this session, I would be sharing on how best a person with special needs can journey to adulthood. The intention behind choosing this topic was when I was working in Holy Cross College, as Sasi rightly said, as a faculty, I was associated with the major UGC project called HEPSIN, Higher Education for Persons with Special Needs, for nearly 7 years, and had been working on several support services for students pursuing higher education. At this juncture, I need to acknowledge Dr. Sister Maria Kamalam, the then head of the department, for reposing the faith in me and giving me the full freedom to execute this project. And that was what made me learn rich experience about the students with disability in higher education. And presently, as a consultant, I'm still in close contact with many of them who are now in their early adulthood. I see that very few of them have settled in good jobs. Some of them are working with very less pay, some jobless, and a handful are happily married. The underlying principle behind their success, disappointments, challenges is what we are going to see in this presentation, with more of real anecdotes with relevance to certain specific situations. The next slide, please. The next slide, please. No, yeah. The presentation plan, that is the outline of this presentation, would be a very short preamble on early adulthood to understand the significance of this stage, followed by I will be sharing on the reasons why students with special needs waver challenging academic disciplines and the best practices that can be built to facilitate in choosing challenging academic disciplines. And finally, as Gunaman said, research is a very important component. So we would be looking on the various research areas that need to be focused. So, next slide, please. As an outcome of this session, this presentation would definitely throw light on the various aspects to be focused in the education of students with special needs, and the necessity to develop specialized need-based programs and to design appropriate support services and new avenues of research. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. early adult, all of us are very much aware that we go through different phases in our lifetime, right from birth to death. And developmental psychologists refer the ages between 20 and 40 as early adulthood. The 20s and 30s are considered the most significant stage of human life because it is in this era when our real emotions are felt, our real problems are dealt, and real success is determined. And it is the time when a person's physiological abilities are at its peaks. That is, one's physical abilities really hit the highest point. And the work and love are the primary concerns at this phase of life. As all of us have come across, and few of you participants who are in this stage, you would have realized that there is a frenetic need to get a job, to make money, to find a life partner, to be successful. And so usually this is the time when we encounter a lot of panic and self-doubt, and we suffer from this quarter life crisis since we want to ascertain both our personal as well as our professional life, and especially the desire to earn the status of a full adult in the eyes of others. Next slide, please. And it's generally believed that education is a gateway to better future as we gain greater knowledge, acquire new set of experiences, avenues, and career prospects. On the whole, it improves the quality of life, as the former two speakers said. But on the contrary, in spite of so much of effort and uphill struggles taken by the parents, professionals, and the individuals, most of the persons with special needs experience far less career success than their counterparts. It's definitely a common feeling that most of us might have. So as professionals, it is very, very essential for us to identify this gap. Though there may be many underlying rationale behind this gap, being mindful of the presentation time, my focus would be on two key concerns, namely lack of adequate forecast and planning in choosing a suitable career, and the choice of academic discipline by students with special needs, as both of them are interconnected. The data that is being presented in this presentation is based on the research study, a major research study, perception of students with special needs in higher education, especially with reference to those who have limitations in mobility, vision, speech, and hearing functions. As there were no data available right that time about learning disability and autism and other specific disabilities, the data was not collected relating to that. Next slide, please. And the present scenario states that in India, in spite of 4% reservations in employment for persons with special needs, many are unemployed or underrepresented in challenging fields. And this brings the stark reality into an established truth that persons with special needs experience far less career success. And those who are employed are also either working in specific sectors or in fields with very less pay, affecting their entire livelihood. Next slide, please. Okay. Based on the research findings, it was found that more number of students with special needs opt for humanities and businesses, like subjects like arts, history, language, literature, music, philosophy, commerce, business administration, and a subsequently lesser proportion of students pursue natural and applied sciences like mathematics, physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, biotechnology, biochemistry, and computer science. We all understand that choosing a field of study at college is a decision that has significant social and economic consequences. When students are able to understand themselves better in terms of their interest, choosing their relevant subject becomes less stressful. That is where our students with special needs are facing a problem. And more often, students' choice is based on the subjects they prefer to study, monetary returns they get, workplace preferences, job stability, job satisfaction. But these factors are not common to students with special needs. Their choices are limited due to persistent barriers and inaccessibility. So this presentation would focus mainly on reasons why students waiver challenging academic disciplines. So the details are based from the perspectives of the students with special needs. Next slide, please. So factors pertaining to students with disability themselves. The first, excuse me for a minute. Sorry. The first primary factor is in choosing a field of study is their impairment. Students perceive that their impairment itself would be an impediment if they choose some challenging fields. Next major reason was inadequate self-preparation and readiness. Because there is a lot of apprehensions by students about college life, mainly because when compared to schools, students are expected to function more independently with less supervision and less support services. Adding to the huge campus itself is an additional threat to students with special needs. So because of lack of preparation by themselves, they deny to take challenging fields. Third, another important aspect as far as India is concerned is the affordability. Students tend to choose courses with less fee structure. In many of the colleges, though there is an exemption from tuition fees and special fees by the Tamil Nadu government, it has not been put in practice or been followed. Here, I would like to say an incident about a student who had who was an orthopedically impaired with lower limbs affected. She was from a rural background, and she said that she had a passion for fashion technology. But mainly because of her disability, lack of awareness, and financial struggle, she couldn't take up this career, as she had to go to a city, which was definitely an impossible thing for her status. And currently, that student has, sorry, and it's really a bad situation to say that she has finished her MPhil in economics and rightly now working in a jewelry shop. So in spite of so much of qualification, there is a lacuna somewhere. And next reason is there is a propensity to choose courses that required less academic demands and support needs. Students themselves tend to avoid subjects that demanded long practical hours and more study requirements. The next aspect is because of lack of self-confidence and the ability to take risk. And some of them were disinclined to move from their comfort zone and face new challenges, mainly due to fear of failure. And another last important factor is they do not have sufficient successful role models, mainly with persons with similar limitations in careers that they would have thought would be possible for themselves. And even if there are successful role models, they are not quite near to their neighborhood. Next slide, please. Aspects pertaining to the educational institutions. There is lack of professional career guidance and counseling both in schools and higher educations. Students express that they lack the required information and support in making the choices and were very naive of their own strengths and weaknesses and just followed whatever their school seniors did. Recently, a survey was done last year with the general population of students. Around 20,000 students, 20,000 students were taken under this survey. And it was found that nearly 93% of the students knew only 7 career options in India. So if it is the state of the general population, then it is even more double challenge for students with special needs. And the second component relating to educational institution is disbelief on the potentials of students with special needs by educators. One of a visually challenged student based from Pudukkottai, she had applied to a college in Pudukkottai for BA English Literature. And during that time, she was denied admission, stating that they had a component on psycholinguistics in the final year, third year, and stating that the student would not be able to take up that course. And she, at that point of time, she didn't know what the word really psycholinguistic meant. So she went back home, did a lot of reading about it, came back, convinced both the head of the department as well as the admission committee, and then joined the course. She passed out as the gold medalist of that BA English Literature, came back to Trichy to do her master's, then moved to Chennai to do her MPhil, and now she has completed a PhD. She has cleared SLET, NET, and now working in Karaikal as a regular faculty. So, and what the exact words she said was, I felt at a disadvantage when others decided for me and just jumped to conclusions that I'm really incapable without even understanding my potentials and abilities. So this is the real situation of students in higher education. And another important component here is lack of accessible classrooms, laboratories, and libraries. So I'm talking about structural barriers relating to my topic. There are other areas like recreation, restroom, etc., which I'm not going to focus. So all of us know that accessibility determines a student's participation and success in a wide area of areas. There again, another situation, and orthopedically impaired with lower limbs affected. She had applied to our college in Trichy for economics. And as the classroom was in the second floor, the department refused to give, and they opted her to go in for history. But that particular candidate, she convinced them, and she said, no, I will manage. So actually what they did was they asked her to really climb up the stairs. She's a person who uses calipers and crutches, and they asked her to climb up and see whether the person would be able to go to the classes. What she said was, first 2 weeks or 3 weeks I was able to climb. Later it was very painful and stress. So before all the students could come to the college, I would crawl the steps and then reach the classroom, remain till the entire class is completed. Even I will not go for restrooms and other things. I will remain in the classroom, and once when all the students leave the classroom, I get down. The next aspect was inaccessible course curriculum, facilities, and programs. Students here emphasize that right from school itself, difficult concepts like science, maths were omitted. And the focus was given on how easily they can score to get a pass mark. So what they said was, automatically we lost interest in those subjects. And they also admitted that they did not take efforts on their part also. Next slide, please. So needs of students with special needs are often overlooked. We are really insensitive to their needs. I cannot say that efforts are not at all being taken. Of course, efforts are being taken, but the efforts taken are really insufficient. Next slide, please. So there are specific challenges and concerns that we need to look upon, the challenges which students are facing. So the first aspect is choosing allied and general elective papers. Already they face a challenge in choosing their major papers, and now there is a problem in choosing their allied, because their choices were restricted, not only that is in choosing the major, but also in choosing allied like general electives, etc. Mainly because of two factors. Number one, they had to depend on their classmates, like a student who was visually challenged or a student who had mobility problem. Whoever was a supportive peer mate or a friend of hers, they had to look in what are the general elective papers or allied papers their friends had taken, because only with their support they would go. And every time when they go to classroom, it's already 10 minutes late for their class. So what students felt was, we feel that we are creating pressure on our peers, and even the next aspect is teaching, learning, and evaluation. This is a very, very important component as far as we professionals are concerned. Because with the advent of technology, most of us are using PowerPoints and other things in our classroom. So what the visually challenged said is, we are not against the use of PPT, but faculty need to explain in words whatever is presented visually and avoid saying you can see on the slides. It is very, very important that all test descriptions of visual elements like graphs, images, diagrams are being clearly explained. One of the students with the visually impaired, we had a focus group discussion, and she expressed that every time when a teacher took a class, the teacher kept asking whether it was clear to her or whether she understood the concept. From her point, what she said was, I felt very uncomfortable because I'm not cognitively impaired. I have no problem in comprehending, but only with my visual perception. Later, when we had a faculty development program, we happened to come across that particular faculty. And we generally asked them, like, what contribution would be there in their classroom. And that particular faculty said that whenever she takes class, she will make sure that this particular candidate would understand. So the problem is the faculties are not, it is not that they are not empathetic. They are really incognizant in addressing their special needs. So we have to address issues on both sides. And with the relating to learning aspect, some additional factors like non-availability of suitable learning materials, inaccessible evaluation patterns, and getting scribe itself is a problem for them. And the scribes are not of good quality is what they say, because there are a lot of spelling errors when they take up to write the exams, and because of which they tend to lose marks. And all of us know there's a compensation time given, an extra time given, half an hour. But in practice, it is not being followed in many of the colleges. But one positive thing which students emphasize is, if their academic performance was good, they were more valued by their classmates as faculty and the college environment as such. And the third aspect is lack of assistive technology and alternative instructional materials, which led to lack of skill development and knowledge in information technology. And many students, they lack the self-advocacy skills. They, in spite of having challenges with the peer support, recording lectures, getting copies of lectures in advance, and even PowerPoints in advance, there were a lot of inhibitions. So here we have to focus right from school days. The children have to be given more of awareness and inputs on being more assertive. And the fifth component relating to this is they were deprived of opportunities to augment employability skills, mainly because those many colleges, the job placement cell gave training to all the students. These students ignored those training during that time, mainly saying that they spent more time in preparing the learning materials, and few of them who stayed on campus hostel, they lacked the facilities because they were staying. And here I would like to mention one candidate who had more than 80% of her academic grade. She attended an interview. And when she attended the interview, the question that was asked was nothing relating to her academics or anything. They asked her just to write 100 uses of a pen. How many can write 100 uses of a pen now? Can you give me? Hello? Sister? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Audible?
Yes,
I know
ma'am.
Chola, no?
Is it audible? No, I don't get any response. That is what.
Yes, I know it is audible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. So that particular student was asked to write 100 uses of pen. Here, in the employment aspect, what they see is the creativity of the person is looked upon, because there is a close link with curiosity, creativity, and the learning quotient. When a person's learning quotient is high, automatically the curiosity is high and the creativity, and vice versa. Next slide, please. So having understood the challenges in terms of three aspects, those pertaining to the students, those pertaining to the higher education institutions, and specific challenges, what best practices could be brought in? So the best practices that could be brought in are discussed under three areas: policymakers, higher education institutions, and students with special needs. Next slide, please. So it is very vital to integrate accessibility, that is structural accessibility, academic, social opportunities as a parameter in NAC accreditation. So once it is being incorporated as a vital aspect, definitely there would be more accessibility in colleges for students with special needs. And next aspect is to incorporate concepts relating to disability in inductions, refresher courses, FDP, orientation programs organized by universities and colleges for teaching and non-teaching faculty. Next slide, please. With relevance to higher education institutions, this is a very, very vital aspect. Career guidance and counseling in schools and colleges, along with parents, should be given for successful transition. So there is an urgent need for a career counselor in schools and colleges who would develop an individual plan for employment. Just as how we have IEP, they can form an IPE. So wherein we can identify the students' interests, potentials, aptitude, and passion for the subject, because the first revolution happens within the self. So that would enable them to dream big, write their own destiny better, and also to help them to come out of their comfort zone and meet challenges. And one practice which I see common in CBSE schools. There are a lot of career guidance and counseling being offered in schools right from the 9th standard. What they do is they give orientation to students on various career opportunities, followed by students are given a complete assessment of their strengths, weaknesses, in terms of logical reasoning, mathematical ability, other aspects. And then the recordings are being sent through the parents. And we are able to identify what are the strengths, weaknesses, etc. And after that, there is an orientation for parents and one-to-one counseling. So if such practices are being followed, definitely our children would go in for better career prospects and their livelihood would also be better. Once when we visited an institution in Netherlands, we happened to see this system being maintained. Like right from 8th standard, they have a software where they put in all the information relating to the students in terms of IPE, and it is being transferred as the child goes through each grade. So there is not a lot of documentation work. There is just additions and deletions with the subsequent teachers make. So if such systems are being followed for our children also, definitely there would be better prospects. Next slide, please. And another important, very essential one is to establish an office for special needs services in higher education institution. Here, I would like to mention there is an encouraging note to see that in many of the colleges in Trichy, the Dean for Student Affairs has taken up this responsibility to look into the educational needs of students, and certain job placement cells in colleges are also taken, so which needs to be appreciated a lot. So what aspects the higher education institution, that is the Office for Special Needs, can establish is they definitely need to disseminate information about special needs to all campus people, to the classmates, to the faculty, teaching faculty, non-teaching faculty, etc. Another important component which an Office for Special Needs Services can do is training in life skills, mainly like self-awareness, critical thinking, creative thinking, problem solving, decision making, effective communication and interpersonal skills, even assertiveness, and livelihood skills like those related to one's occupation, adaptive skills like self-care. This will definitely enable children, students to become more self-assertive and proactive. Along with these needs, definitely the center needs to provide support services for the overall academic needs. And one more thing the students mentioned was particularly the visually challenged, they needed orientation and mobility and training and assistive technology. So even such training are very vital. Third aspect which can be taken up is student voluntary groups can be formed with students who are interested in the well-being of students with special needs. And special recognitions can be offered both to the staff and the students in the college annual celebrations to facilitate in supporting the needs of the students with special needs. And there is a shortage for reader service also. So their own classmates need to be encouraged and motivated to take up reader service. And as I told you earlier, there is a difficulty in getting scribes. The college can think of using their alumni as a important factor in. So the alumni they can form an association and they can be a part of acting as a scribe. So the last aspect relating to this is to available resources among educational institutions. Next slide, please. And to reflect on all areas of accessibility. So an access audit of existing buildings has to be done. And I'm happy to see that Holy Cross has brought a new battery car within the campus. So I hope that it would be utilized for students with special needs, especially when they move for their allied and general electives. So next one is all the new buildings should follow the standards of barrier-free environment. And whenever a student has problem in moving to classrooms, there should be flexibility in relocating classes to buildings or rooms which are accessible, large, and friendly. And access to assistive technology and library. Software such as JAWS must be installed in all computer labs and access to other assistive technology, because technology has a positive effect and open doors to new areas of study and employment. College library also need to be enhanced with braille form digital audio books to suit auditory readers, braille readers, and extended time also need to be given when they are returning their library books. Along with the regular thing, an accessible instructional library, not only for their subject reading, but also for recreational reading can be created. And staff should be sensitized to incorporate suitable teaching styles and aids. And especially the low vision students, they said that, particularly the boys, they said that many of their faculty were skeptical because whether they were with good vision or they had difficulty in their vision. So one thing they said was question papers can be printed in large fonts to suit their difficulty. And even to write exams, instead of scribes, we can use text-to-speech devices for visually challenged and those with the upper limb affected. Next slide, please. Okay. What specific actions can be taken? So to induct a disability expert into the Board of Studies, as per the recommendations of the University Grants Commission. This recommendation was already laid in the year 2015, but we cannot see it in practice. What this recommendation states that during course development, the challenges and needs of students with special needs should be taken into account and provision should be made for suitable accommodations. So, and along with that, whenever they're designing courses, specifications relating to the kind of challenges has to be mentioned so that students with special needs are aware of such challenges before preferring the course. And in spite of being aware of the challenges they are going to face, if a student pursues Hello?
Anu?
Yes.
Anu, ma'am?
Anu, you're able to hear me?
Student?
You're not, your presentation is visible, but you're being cut off from the presentation, Anu.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Audible.
Can you try to wind up, ma'am? Anu, ma'am, we are running out of time.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Anu, ma'am,
Sister?
can you hear me? Yes, ma'am. We are exceeding the time. Can you please try to wind up? Okay.
You could
Thank
see
you.
a number of suggestions being given in this slide to enhance the quality of scribes and leader service, and then the special education departments and social work departments within the college campus they can take initiatives in supporting the overall academic needs. And another important component is opportunity to students with special needs as office bearers in student council and various clubs. So that would empower their leadership skills. And last but not least, most important is to involve them in every level of planning. Next slide. And here are a few things that have been recommended for students with special needs. They should explore their funding sources, various other funding sources, and take benefit of them. Should meet the concerned faculty on a regular basis, and they should dispense helpful advice to other students. Next slide. So the recommended research that can be followed are longitudinal studies on the post-college experiences of students with special needs. Only then we can know the success of schools and college education. And to develop Indian regional language screen reading applications, and along with it, aspirations of students with special needs along with the success anecdotes can be studied. And another vital important factor is to include youth, family, and community members on research teams to ensure that complexities are adequately addressed. Next slide, please. So we are coming to the end. So let's understand that for more number of students to plan their career in advance and to opt for aspiring courses in challenging fields, let us understand that education is a critical component. Information and resources are accessible to all. Collaborative initiatives and policies are necessary supports. Capacity building of people and communities will enhance process, and ongoing research and evaluation provides the evidence for success. Next slide. So with these closing thoughts, I conclude my session. In terms of success, their achievements squarely hinge on the career planning, quality of relationship, being proactive, being their own advocate, and to embrace patience as a virtue. So as professionals, let us join together to equip, enhance, empower persons with special needs to dream, achieve, and celebrate new aspirations. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Anna ma'am. Thank you, Anna ma'am, for your enlightening and stimulating presentation. Your slide speaks a lot, ma'am. Anna ma'am, you are here?
Yeah. I'm here. I'm listening.
Yes, ma'am. Due to time constraints, the participants are asked to mail the questions. We'll mail to you, ma'am, and clarify their doubts. We'll go for the formal vote of thanks. We are happy to have listened to your insightful speech, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for sparing your time with us. Today, we had an opportunity to hear your thoughts, and this will surely be going to encourage us in our future events. On behalf of all gathered here, my heartfelt thanks to you, ma'am. Thank you, dear participants, for your patient listening. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much,
ma'am.
Thank you, Anu, for that wonderful presentation. As usual, you are exemplary always. Thank you, Sasi.
Thank you for the
Thank you, Anu. It was like sitting in your class, Anu. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sheila. It's nice to hear.
And yeah, Shamim is also participating, and she recollected your thoughts.
Happy.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
I
Thank you.
Paini ma'am is ready for the next
Yeah,
session. Paini ma'am, welcome.
Good
Morning, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sister. I'm ready.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Welcome,
Ma'am,
Dr. Finita. The resource person for the fourth session of today's webinar is Dr. Finita Glory Roy, a distinguished, proud rehab alumni, a very dedicated, passionate person endowed with professional competencies and skills to always take a lead and initiate innovative endeavors and set benchmarks to utilize and create challenges into success stories. Dr. Finita is a professional who always strives to make use of every opportunity to establish an incredible mark in every walk of life. Dr. Finita is going to elaborate us on the topic Behavioral Challenge for Children with Disabilities, Support Change. Dr. Lima Suganya, Assistant Professor of the PG and Research Department of Rehabilitation Science, would moderate the session for Dr. Finita Roy. Over to Dr. Lima Suganya.
Thank you, Turin. Am I audible?
Yes, Lima, you can continue.
Thank you. Welcome everyone, and thanking you all for joining this session. Today, our renowned resource person, Dr. Panita Roy, will bring us a quite interesting information on behavioral challenges for children with disabilities, supporting changes. I would like to introduce some interesting information of a resource person, which will motivate you to go further in your career. Dr. Panita Roy completed her PhD in rehabilitation science at the Bardolphin University in the year 2000. Her other academic degrees include master's degree in rehabilitation science, a master's degree in psychology, bachelor's in education, and post-diploma in personal management. She holds a certified rehabilitation counselor credential. She was previously an assistant professor in the PG and Research Department of Rehabilitation Science, Holy Cross College. Her current research interests include impact of positive psychology on academic, social, and emotional performance, improving social emotional skills, and improving social counseling action and outreach programs. She has presented in several national and international conferences and has published many papers in all these conferences. She has also completed an introduction course on innovation on healthcare education at Zoid University of Applied Science, the Netherlands. At present, she is a school counselor at BVM, Bala Vidya Mandir in Adayar, Chennai, and responsible for working with students who need help managing their behavior, keeping up academically, and planning for the future. The role also includes working with administrators, teachers, and parents to develop a comfortable, healthy school environment free of bullying or illegal activities. Now, this session will offer a comprehensive view of behavioral challenges for children with special needs from a developmental perspective. If you have any question, participants during this presentation, please type them into the chat box that is in the control panel, and we'll bring them later for your questions to be answered by the resource person. Now, without any delay, I would like to turn the time over to Dr. Fanita Roy. Ma'am, you're here, ma'am?
Yes, I'm there, but I'm not able. Is my slide presenting?
Yes, yes, fine.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Please
fine. We
click
can.
slideshow, ma'am.
Your presentation is visible. You
But
can go
I'm
to the
not able.
slideshow mode. Go to the
Okay.
slideshow mode and.
Yeah, I'm not able to see the slide. Okay.
Click the presentation mode, ma'am.
Yeah.
Is it
Yes.
okay now?
Yes,
Yes,
yes, fine.
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Yes, we can see the.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Then, Lisa.
Thank you. So, a warm good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Lima, for those wonderful words of introduction. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Sister Lou Mary and the organizing committee, PG and Research Department of Rehabilitation Science, Holy Cross College, for your invite and the excellently organized international webinar. It is an honor for me to be here and share my knowledge and experience with this august audience today among stalwarts in the field of disability rehabilitation. So much has been discussed in the webinar, and I'm assuredly say that this webinar has succeeded in its intention to overcome the approach to disability as an approach to be solved or a problem to be solved, but as a way of innovating and promoting change in society, benefiting the community of disability researchers, disabled and non-disabled people by developing a more all-encompassing approach aimed at investigating disability as a multifaceted phenomena. So, moving on to the session aims, today education is not a privilege. It is a human right, and children and adolescents with disability have the right to be part of the regular classroom program, to have reasonable accommodations made for them, and to have effective individualized support measures in environments that maximize academic and social development, consistent with the goals of full inclusion. The draft National Educational Policy 2020 outlines the government's proposed measures in 8 points, the first of which lays emphasis on inclusion of children with special needs in regular schools. My session will mainly focus on supporting children with special needs in a regular classroom. So, I have yet to meet a child who enjoys misbehaving. Rather, I see a child who is working to communicate a message about an unmet need in increasingly desperate and extreme ways. So this has been said by a psychologist, and I think most of us as professionals working with children with special needs will totally agree with that. I personally strongly believe in this as an educational psychologist who is in a prime position to collaborate with schools and community stakeholders to hold to both prevent and respond to the challenges experienced and exhibited by students with and without special needs. And I'm proud to be associated with one of the few schools with a full-fledged remedial department and a counseling department, which functions in par with the other departments like math, science, social studies, etc. So, considering understanding our behavior, considering that more than half of our communication is nonverbal, it is really no surprise that both adults and children use behavior to communicate in pretty much every moment of our lives. As adults, the facial expressions and the gestures we make communicate for us. These are often subconscious. The lengthy yawn during a long session like this, the glance at a watch when someone grabs you when you are in a rush, or arms folded tightly across your chest when you are confronted. And although you may be aware of all these actions, they communicate a clear message to the other person. Unsurprisingly, children rely heavily on nonverbal communication. You might be familiar with tantrums, maybe even biting, hitting, and screaming that the toddler is very capable of. These are common happenings when raising a toddler. Your child is using behavior to communicate with you while they are developing their understanding and use of the verbal language. Often, this challenging behavior manifests out of frustration at either not understanding a situation or being unable to verbally express their wants and needs and feelings. As children get older and develop appropriate vocabulary, sentence structure, and social skills, these high-level behaviors reduce. But for children with special needs, these behaviors can continue. Often, communication difficulties and the anxiety surrounding interactions are at the root of a child's behavior. So what is challenging behavior? Challenging behavior sounds like a pretty broad term, and it is. Challenging behavior describes behavior that is challenging to parents, teachers, peers, and other professionals. So behavior that is challenging is harmful to the person and the others around them, and it stops the person achieving things in the daily life, such as making friends or concentrating at the school. So moving on to how challenging behavior and disability is associated. Challenging behavior is not a learning disability, but people with a disability are more likely to show challenging behavior. This can be due to people having difficulties communicating and expressing frustrations. Challenging behavior can also be a sign that something is wrong, like pain or discomfort, that your child cannot express in another way. Challenging behavior can also be a sign of a wider problem, including with the child's mental health also. So people with a disability are more likely to show challenging behaviors in order to express themselves. If you are worried that a child is demonstrating challenging behavior, it is a good idea to act quickly to find ways to meet the child's needs and to help him find new ways of communicating. So what causes challenging behavior? The child may be trying to express one or more of the following. Maybe frustration, he cannot do something or cannot tell you what he wants. Fear, he is frightened of something or someone. Strong feelings, he is unhappy or angry about something he dislikes or is unhappy about a situation. He is feeling confused, worried, stressed, unable to think well. Hyperactivity, he has an excess energy and it cannot seem to burn it off. Discomfort, he is in pain and cannot tell what it is. Attention, he's making attempts to meet his needs for attention, attachment, and interaction by behaving in a certain way. He wants engagement with you. If a child has difficulties with understanding, he may not know what is expected. He may need time to work out what you mean, and so don't respond to an instruction when you expected him to. He might not know what is happening around him or retain information that you have given him. Difficulty processing or making sense of sensory experiences in the environment. For example, certain touch, noise, lights may stress the child, and some children may have hyper or hyposensitivities to certain stimuli in an environment. The child may be seeking sensory input or experiences. So some behavior the challenges is more likely in children with particular medical conditions or disabilities. For example, children with attention deficit disorders may find it very hard to stay still or concentrate for long periods of time. And children within the autism spectrum may become unsettled by changes in their routine, causing them to become upset or anxious. They can also react strongly to their environment by, for example, they may not like being in crowds. Some children who have sensory impairments may be over or understimulated by sounds, sights, smells, and noise. They can significantly affect the way they behave. Some behaviors are common for particular genetic conditions. The way a child with a condition processes information and experiences their environment can lead to the possibility of certain behaviors like obsessive behavior, anxiety, overeating, poor sleep, or self-harm. Some behavior is classified by professionals as an emotional and behavioral difficulty. Signs of this include low self-esteem, difficulty making friends, being tearful, quick to anger, or not wanting to go to school. Children with specific learning difficulties like speech or language difficulties may find learning at school difficult and stressful without good support. If appropriate support is lacking, a child's behavior may change or become challenging. Okay. So going on to effective behavior management. So effective management of a student behavior means using a set of educational practices and strategies on one hand to prevent and effectively manage inappropriate behavior, and on the other hand create maintaining an environment that promotes both teaching and learning. As illustrated in this figure, you will see that behavior management can be considered as a system of gears. The preventive interventions and the corrective interventions go hand in hand. First of all, teachers must carry out preventive interventions that encourage students to develop positive behaviors, but they must also carry out corrective interventions in response to inappropriate behaviors. These two types of interventions are necessary and complementary. If one of the gears is not turning in the right direction, the entire mechanism of behavior management will be affected. So what is preventive intervention? In order to manage behavior, we can use preventive interventions like building a positive relationship with the child, create a safe, orderly, predictable, and positive environment, coach and supervise the child on a continual basis, organize their classrooms, use effective teaching strategies. And should be prioritized. It is also necessary to use corrective intervention, and they have to be distinguished into minor and major behavioral concerns. For minor behavioral concerns, teachers can begin by using indirect interventions such as using proximity control, giving nonverbal instructions, intentionally ignoring the behavior, and providing differential behavior reinforcements. And in the event of major disruptions, the teacher may need to consult with a school-based support system like a psychologist or a special education resource teacher, the principal, and the parents to develop a behavior plan. So let us now understand how a teacher can support change with regard to challenging behavior. Being a teacher to a child can be both a difficult endeavor as well as a huge responsibility, considering that you are charged with helping to change the next generation or shape the next generation. This is never more true than when you are dealing with children who have special needs, where the Difficulties that come with teaching can be greatly magnified by a host of problems. Children with special needs may not only feel themselves dragged down by the developmental difficulties, but also by the negative self perception they can develop from the poor treatment they may receive from their peers or sometimes even their own family. One of your roles as a teacher is to help mitigate these issues by thoughtfully devising a developmental plan to be followed by children that is challenging but not so overwhelming as to discourage them. So, what can teachers do? Of course, this is easier said than done because each child and situation is unique. But children with special needs do tend to exhibit certain behavior patterns that stem from common triggers. To avoid these, teachers can use these 12 strategies to create structure, reduce boredom, and help children with special needs connect causes to the effect. So kids feel more in control when they know exactly what's expected of them, which is why teachers should begin each new school year by establishing clear behavioral expectations. Begin by asking the class to help you devise a list of rules to keep everyone's attention focused on learning. Be sure to state the rules in a positive way whenever possible to give children positive behavioral goals. Raise your hand, wait to be called on before speaking is better than don't speak unless you are called on. Okay, so kids also feel in control when teachers post a clear, easy to follow schedule for everyone to see. For younger kids, the schedule may include pictures, an image of a book to represent quiet reading time. For instance, for older kids, it may include homework specifies and main objectives of the daily lesson. So usually in the school where I work, on the blackboard every morning the teacher writes the various periods that the child will be going through that day. So that and after each period the period that has gone by is erased so that the child understands. So this is the math period. The next period will be the interval and all these things. This is done in a very mainstream school. It's a CBSE school, a very elite school in Chennai. Okay, so explicitly teach routines. Daily repeating tasks like lining up for recess, sitting through roll call, or copying down homework assignments don't always come naturally to students with special needs. Teachers may interpret the child's forgetfulness or confusion as defiance when it's really just a product of undeveloped executive functions. Most children cope more easily if they know in advance what is going to happen and the routine. So, to prevent schedule slip-ups and the problem behaviors that often come with them, a teacher may need to work one-on-one with some students to explicitly teach the daily routine. So, be consistent when children with special needs, especially children with attention deficit issues, don't follow directions. It sometimes due to defiance also, but more often it's because they fail to understand or pay attention to each step. Teachers can avoid this by establishing an thought, auditory or a visual clue that alerts the entire or standing in the same spot every time you impart an instruction. Once students become accustomed to the cue, you will be amazed at how much better they are able to follow the instructions of teacher who do the following. Make eye contact. Of course, you cannot hold eye contact with the do a quick scan of the room to make sure every child is looking at you before you begin speaking, and make eye contact with the few who are struggling to maintain attention. Breaks tasks into steps, chunking large amount of information into smaller pieces makes it easier for the child to digest, and also check for comprehension by asking a few children to repeat back what's expected of them. So teaching emotional regulation, kids with special needs feel emotions more intensely than do their peers. This is why teachers should be This makes it tough to put on which can result in aggressive or inappropriate behavior. And since emotions are abstract, many children cannot identify what they are feeling and don't know what they need to do to calm down again. Teachers can help students regain emotional control by helping them recognize physical signs of strong emotions and offering strategies for reacting appropriately. There are many different ways to do this, including a structured program called the Zones of Regulation. So structure is more than a daily routine. It is also possible to arrange the classroom physical environment in ways that make it less likely that children will act out. This can be done by positioning the desk in a specific way. A U shape can help children manage the behavior since they are all easily accessible by the teacher. When children do misbehave, consequences should follow swiftly. Kids with special needs struggle to connect delayed punishment, like after school detention, to negative behavior during the day. If a child is able to directly associate the punishment with the undesired behavior, he will be more likely to change that behavior in the future. Using strategies like timeout for a child who cannot understand its meaning rarely works. And singling out children who act out can backfire and lead to more bad behavior. Instead, set up a systematic behavior management framework that the whole class adheres to, so no one child feels that the teacher is fixatingly specifically on him. And one more thing is to avoid oppositional behavior and help children feel they can control frustrating situation is to present them with a choice. For instance, if a child is refusing to work on an assignment, ask her what would help you get this done. Work with a partner, or go into a quiet room, or finish on your own. When the scenario is presented this way, completing the assignment isn't optional, but the student retains some control over exactly how it gets done. And boredom is a common trigger for kids with special needs, especially children with ADHD. When the ADHD brain is bored, it seeks stimulation, sometimes in the form of disruptive behavior. Teachers can provide some novelty to the restless brain by turning good behavior into a game. Allow movement. Decades of research directly link physical movement to mental stamina, improved cognitive ability, and better behavior. All children, but especially those with ADHD, learn and conduct themselves better when they are given frequent opportunities to move throughout the day. Having children march in place while reciting math facts, for instance, would just help them with memorizing. It will also burn off excess energy and reduce the chance of outbursts later. It is important to stress that children with special needs are no less than other children and that they are simply a little bit different. We are all different from each other, aren't we? Following these steps, hopefully, you will be able to bring out the best in your child with special needs. Most of all, just keep in mind that you have the opportunity to serve as a sanctuary away from a world that may be harsh to them sometimes. Take advantage of this position to build up your child's self-esteem and allow them to see their own worth. Teachers cannot fix everything. These rules aren't exhaustive. The goal of each is to teach better behavior over the long term and design a classroom environment where students are more likely to behave, but children will still act out. It's important to remember that as a teacher, sometimes a child's behavior will be beyond your ability to control. If a child is repetitively engaged in behavior that's dangerous to himself or others, seek additional help from the school psychologist, the student's remedial team, or the child's parents. So, moving on to how the parent can support change when the child exhibits challenging behavior. In some cases, children develop behavior that is persistent and really impacts on the family life and the relationship with others. The behavior may not only be a risk to the child, but also people around them and prevent them accessing ordinary community facilities like schools, restaurants, leisure centers, cinemas, or daycare centers. Often, behavior that challenges can be associated with a severe learning difficulty can lead to aggression, self-injury, or disruptive and destructive behavior. Some children may also have other inappropriate reactions to situations. Example, they may laugh when someone is hurt, swear at strangers in public, or cry a lot for unexplained reasons. On the extreme end of the scale, some children may have regular or lengthy sessions of screaming, kicking, hair pulling, self-harm, or damaging clothes or property. It is really important to seek outside help rather than battle on your own. So, how can a parent respond when a child is having a challenging behavior? When a parent models calm behaviors in challenging situations, the child is less likely to escalate their behavior than if a parent were to react in an alarmed way. So stay neutral. Keep your responses to the minimum by limiting verbal comments, facial expressions, and other displays of emotions when the behavior is appearing, as these may further escalate a child's distress. Try to speak calmly and clearly and keep your facial expressions neutral. It is important for your child's self-esteem that they know you want to change their behavior and not them and who they are. Otherwise, they may be unhappy, and this is likely to affect their behavior and make things worse. Be positive. State or show how or what you would like your child to do in a positive way. For example, please do rather than do not do. If you focus on what not to do, this is what they will hear and focus on that behavior. If you focus on what to do instead of the behavior, that is what they will hear. It also teaches that the skills of what they should be doing instead of the behavior. Sometimes we expect children to stop doing something, but we haven't taught them what to do instead. Children can find it very hard to interpret no messages. So be consistent. Tell everyone involved with your child about your strategy for these challenging behaviors so that everyone is working on the same way. The grandparents, the parents, the teachers, everyone in the school who you can contact. Okay, children get very confused if adults use different strategies. It can be helpful to agree on a written behavior support plan with strategies that work for all involved with your child, particularly if they go to a daycare center or have a support worker or other support needs. Okay, and children need help to recognize, understand, and then manage their emotions. This takes some time and relies on the adults around them to learn these skills. If a child can do this, then they are better able to focus with difficult emotions and do something positive about them. And it is important to remember that all behaviors that are a means of communication for your child, and they are trying to tell you something. The challenge for you as a parent is to work out what your child is trying to tell you through their actions. What do these actions tell you about their needs and what's happening for them? With this knowledge, you can better work out how to help your child meet their needs, including finding ways to help them use other more acceptable ways to communicate. So finally, coming on to the role of peers in supporting change, a very, 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 very important thing. In the past, schools may have only had a handful of disabled students requiring special care. These students were typically sequestered in the special education department. In today's modern classrooms, mainstreaming the growing number of students with disability is the order of the day. So did you know that children with disabilities are more likely to lack friends and as a result often feel lonely and isolated? And students with the so-called invisible or hidden disabilities such as dyslexia, hearing loss, allergies, anxieties, ADHD, speech impairments, and autism spectrum disorders are particularly vulnerable. Why? When a child's differences are not surface level, such as a wheelchair, for example, other students may not have the emotional IQ to understand them. Generally, kids want to be friends with kids they can identify with and who they like. Anyone who does not fit into that mold sticks out and gets isolated and may also get bullied. Friendships are an important part of most of our lives, and the evidence indicates that having friends matters considerably to children and young people. Numerous studies also show how children and young people identify friends as one of the most important aspects of their lives, contributing to their happiness, health, and well-being. Although research in these areas is limited and somewhat gated, it can be seen that disabled children and young people, especially those with complex or communication needs, tend to have a very restricted circle of friends. Children with special needs report that they often withdrawn from social interaction and engage in solitary activities, although they do seek out friends and did not want to remain lonely. Some children reported that they resorted to physical or verbal aggression because they had no friends, and they are the victims of aggression and bullying. So the classroom teacher can and should and must play an important role in the child's development of social competency and friendship skills. So I have lectured on this topic for many years and have often found teachers resistant to helping children developing peer friendship. Teachers often voice the opinion that the responsibilities involve the teaching of academic skills and that it is the role of the parents to foster and promote social skills. As a teacher once said to me at a seminar, my job is to teach reading, writing, and spelling, and there is barely time for that. If the child doesn't have any friends, I am afraid that it is a mom and dad's problem. But with more awareness and knowledge gained, many teachers have taken a far more enlightened view of this issue. They recognize that the child who is isolated and rejected by his classmates will likely not be responsive or receptive to instruction, and his academic progress and behavior will be greatly compromised. So first, perhaps more important, the teacher must consistently demonstrate that she likes, accepts, and enjoys the individual student who is being isolated and rejected by his classmates. I'm often asked to consult in my school regarding an individual student who is being isolated or rejected. I begin the process by meeting privately with the students who are tormenting the child. I remind these students that I have neither the power nor the interest to punish them in any way. Rather, I ask them in a very non-threatening way to identify the behavior or traits that annoy them and are the basis for the rejection of the child. Invariably, the students respond, but even the teachers don't like it. As teachers, we need to understand that our verbal or non-verbal rejection of a child is readily observed and replicated by the children. Another technique to improve the child's social understanding, or social standing maybe, involves emphasizing her personal islands of competency. Find an area of skill and interest that is unique to the child. Perhaps student R has an extensive knowledge of metrology, or student B has not exhibited his talents in cooking. Celebrate their affinities in a very, very public way. Have the students read Robinson Crusoe and let student R make a presentation on the nature of tropical storms. Ask student B to make some sundal to supplement the class study on traditional Tamil food. By spotlighting the affinities and the interests of an isolated child, he becomes a more attractive partner. Another way to promote social acceptance is to make the isolated child more appealing by giving him something the other kids want. For example, suppose your students truly enjoy the Friday chores, returning the books to the school library and cleaning the whiteboards. Appoint student M as the leader of the Friday team. For example, you can say, class, I know that you enjoy doing the Friday chores and I keep forgetting to schedule the team to get that done. So now, M, I would like you to be the coordinator of the team. Every Thursday, please give me the names of the 4 children who you would like to assist you. So someone will be nice to him, at least on Friday. Small steps. Okay. During classroom discussions or life skill classes, point out that all of us have unique differences that make us individuals, but emphasize that we are all far more alike than we are different. And these differences should not be feared or ridiculed. Further explain that there will be no tolerance for humiliating or embarrassing one another. Deliver this part of the message in a non-threatening and supportive way by addressing the fact that such behavior is cruel and that cruelty is simply unacceptable. Emphasize the fact that acceptance of difference is a mark of maturity. Discuss ways that a student can assist their classmates. For example, it's helpful if you talk slowly when you talk to K. Or when J has a problem with his temper, let me handle it. Let him handle it. It is unfair and embarrassing to stare at him when he is having a bad time. Just go about your business. Some children will become overly concerned to the child and will provide an abundance of help for assistance. Encourage the children to do the things that he can do independently. Discuss the concept of dignity. In our school, we use peer partners or buddy systems to facilitate social acceptance of isolated children. These strategies can be effective if students are selected and matched with careful and sensitive forethought. Be sure to recognize, praise, and reinforce both the student in the pairing, not just the non-disabled child. These paired activities should be monitored closely at the outset. In order to facilitate student relationship, occasionally base your groupings upon the child's interest. For example, group students together based on their interest in sports, music, or movies. As a result, you will create groups that are heterogeneous in their academic skills, but that share a passion for a specific activity. These diverse groupings can work on projects in a very, very dynamic way. If you see that two students seem to be developing a relationship, seat them together, allow them to work as a pair in classroom activities. Perhaps you can even contact the parents of the isolated child and suggest that they may want to promote and nurture the relationship by setting up a play date between the two children. So it may seem strange for adults to be so deeply involved in the social life of a child, but in the case of isolated or rejected children, this intervention is both appropriate and necessary. School life is difficult for any child who is isolated by his peers. But if child is people-oriented, his rejection is particularly painful and will impact upon his motivation in and outside of the classroom. So finally, to summarize, I would like to highlight that behavior is like an iceberg. An iceberg is literally a large piece of ice broken off from a glacier that floats in open water. The most fascinating part of an iceberg is that typically only 1/10 of it is actually visible above the water. The size and the shape of the underwater portion is difficult to judge by merely looking at the portion above the surface. The iceberg is a wonderful analogy to understand child's behavior and the reason behind the behavior. The child's behavior is the tip of the iceberg, and what we see on the surface. Behavior is triggered from feelings which stem from deeply rooted needs of the child. Like an iceberg, the bulk of a behavior mass is hidden below the surface. The hidden base of the iceberg represents the belief behind the behavior and the child's needs. Basic needs consist of safety, security, truth, empathy, understanding, trust, autonomy, adequate sleep, nutrition, competency, respect, love, and a sense of belonging and significance. When a child's basic needs are met, he or she will feel connected, safe, secure, confident, and satisfied. However, when the child perceives that the needs is not being met, then misbehavior will occur. Misbehavior is triggered for adults and gets under asking. Most of us often deal with misbehavior with bribes, threats, and punishments. This confirms a child's belief that they do not have a significance or belonging, creating a cycle of discouragement. So it is important to address the underlying beliefs beneath the surface of the iceberg in order for sustained behavior change to occur. Children are good perceivers but poor interpreters of the world around them. You're not able to see the bigger picture and engage in higher level thinking. Figuring out cause and effect patterns are too much for them to comprehend. It is important to consider the underlying feelings and needs of children rather than reacting to the behavior on the iceberg's surface. So trust in the process. Instead of seeing behavior as a negative, try and see it as a mode of process. Misbehavior gives a clue to how you as an adult can check in with your child and connect more deeply. So when children display challenging or poor behavior, we can react to the behavior itself with a number of appropriate methods and strategies. If we want to be successful in managing the behavior in the long term, then we need to develop strategies which target what lies beneath the behavior, and reframe how children express their underlying emotions, desires, and experiences. I would like to close with a positive thought. You cannot teach children to behave better by making them feel worse. When children feel better, they will behave better. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you,
very
ma'am.
much, ma'am, for that wonderful
Very,
presentation.
I think I have kept within the times that was allotted to me.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay,
You're very
okay.
conscious of
thank
the
you,
time, I
ma'am.
think.
Thank you, sister.
Thank you, ma'am, for your edifying and practical guidance that you have given for the participants. And it's really very expounding. And I believe that all the participants will benefit immediately from this information, and they'll carry something in their work to use with the children to modify their behavior like that. And your enthusiasm is really very contagious. And we hope that all the participants will take something from this. And we are very grateful for your time and effort that you have taken to share your thoughts and experience with us. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us. It was a wonderful sharing with us.
Thank you, sister.
Thanks, Finey.
Thank you, miss. Thank you very much, miss.
Great presentation. All experiential learning today.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah,
This
very
is
good.
the
Thank
same.
you so much.
Starting from the first
Turan,
speaker.
Turan, you can start.
Finally, ma'am, you can stop presenting.
Yeah.
Turin, ma'am.
Turan is there. I think Joycey is ready.
Yes, Joycey, ma'am.
Dr. Joycey. Okay,
Yes,
so we'll
ma'am.
move on to Dr. Richard's presentation. Welcome, Dr. Richard.
Welcome, Dr. Richard.
We're very happy
Nice
that
to
you are
see you.
here. I hope it's the right time. Morning has dawned for you in London, in UK.
Yes. I think he's not.
Hello, I'm here now. It's the sound was a bit strange, but nice to be with you anyway. So let's see if I can get my presentation up and we can begin.
The moderator for this session will be Dr. Joycey. I hand over the session to Dr. Joycey.
Okay, thank you.
Joycey,
I'm just
ma'am.
trying to get my.
Yes, miss. Yes, sister.
You can unmute your video, ma'am. Yes, okay.
Yes.
You can start now.
Okay, can you see my presentation?
Not yet, sir.
Okay.
Not visible. Joycey,
Okay.
ma'am, you can start. You will have formal welcome, sir. Then by the time you can get ready your presentation. Is it okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
of
Joycey, ma'am,
course.
please. Joycey, ma'am.
Joycey,
Joycey,
ma'am,
are you there?
You can unmute and start, Joycey, ma'am.
No, she has.
Joycey has unmuted. Joycey, are you there?
Joycey, ma'am.
I think there's some connectivity issue.
Yes, I think so.
Is Joycey there? Joycey, ma'am?
I'm calling her, please wait, ma'am. I'm calling her.
Can I just introduce Professor Richard so that we start?
Yes, ma'am. Sheila,
Okay.
ma'am. Yes.
Welcome, Dr. Richard. Dr. Richard Rose is a teacher, researcher, writer, and children's rights advocate. He currently holds a post as Professor Emeritus in Inclusive Education at the University of Northampton, supporting a number of PhD students both in UK
Ma'am, please
and in
unmute the
India.
video, ma'am. We want to see you, please. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Uh,
Yes, okay.
And he provides mentoring and research for novice researchers in both countries and in Cambodia. Richard previously held posts as a teacher, head teacher, and education inspector in 4 English education authorities. And he held the Marden Fellowship as visiting professor at the Education University, Hong Kong, between 2007 and 2008. He has numerous publications and projects to his credit, and an outstanding non-academic writing also, which includes fiction, non-fiction, poetry, and drama, and has been published in numerous international literary magazines. We are very honored to have you, sir, with us. And before going into more details, I think the participants will get to know you as you do your presentation. So over to you, Professor Richard Rose.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure and an honor for me to be in such esteemed company, and I look forward to presenting to you now. I'm just going to try and open my
presentation.
presentation.
Yes, sir. Welcome, sir.
Which is here.
We will wait.
Hopefully you can now see it.
Present now.
Yeah, can you see it?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
good.
yes.
Okay then. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. I think we're living in very difficult times at the moment, and maybe one of the things that this is making us do is to reconsider the way that we are actually working together. In some ways, working in isolation, which many of us have been doing for a few months now, hardly leaving the house in many cases, it's in some ways brought us together in terms of the way that we are trying to deal with a difficult situation and see other perspectives. So today, what I'm going to try and do is to think about the notion of exclusion. Those of you who I've met before, and I recognize several of the names on the participant list today, know that I'm very passionate about the notion of inclusive education, inclusive schooling, and inclusion as communities. But actually, we can't really understand the implications of inclusion until we understand what we mean by exclusion and what causes exclusion to actually happen within our societies. So I want to consider that today, and I also want to look at those factors that lead to this exclusion and how they relate to one another, and what maybe the challenges might be for those of us who are professionals working and claiming that we want to protect the rights of children and improve the lives of children and families, and indeed the communities in which they live. And then I'm going to make some suggestions about some principles we might adopt if we want to become much more inclusive and to work in what I would describe as a transdisciplinary practice. Now, obviously, within a session of limited time, I'm not able to go into depth to all of the issues that I'm going to describe today. But what I would like to do is to leave everybody with some food for thought about the way that we might adapt our practices when we come out of this dreadful pandemic situation we're in at the moment. So let's think about this term exclusion. Exclusion is basically a denial of opportunity to participate. It's quite probable that everybody listening to me at the moment has at some time felt excluded. It may have been excluded with some malicious intent through bullying or through having your difference from other people pointed out to you or singled out from people within your community, your particular group. Or it may be that you've been excluded by something which is quite a normal part of life, but which is not considered your need. Let me give you an example. I was once in an airport in China, in a place called Urumqi, which is in Xinjiang province, which is a largely Muslim autonomous region. You may have heard of it because it's been in the news quite a lot recently, where the Uyghur people are largely living. And I arrived at the airport to get a flight back to Beijing and then to go home. And when I was in the airport, it was the first time I'd ever been in an airport where there was absolutely no text in English. Everything was in Chinese. I looked at the usual departures and arrivals boards in complete bemusement. Now, obviously, I have the advantage that I'm an educated, fairly articulate person. So my immediate reaction was to ask for help. So I asked several people who simply looked at me, shook their heads, clearly didn't speak English themselves, and were unable to help. Eventually, a young lady came and approached me and she said, "I've heard you speaking English, can I help?" And she sorted me out, found the right gates, found where I had to check in, etc. and was extremely helpful. But just for a little while, I felt excluded. Now, I use this illustration to say that a lot of exclusion is not deliberate. A lot of exclusion is what I would call circumstantial. It happens because of the environment that we've created and the situations that we find ourselves in. And therefore, when I use this term exclusion, the first thing I don't want to do is to apportion blame. We know that many children in our societies have been excluded as a result of, for instance, disability. We know that there have been difficulties in including children with what we might describe as challenging behaviours, as our previous speaker so eloquently described. But the danger is that we start to see this as somebody else's fault and somebody else's problem. And we start to blame people for this without really understanding what the causes of this exclusion might be. So let's think about why people are excluded. And I'm going to suggest that there are three specific reasons for exclusion. The first simply comes about from prejudice or discrimination. Prejudice against certain groups of people within our societies. So it's undoubtedly a fact that within my own society here in the UK, we still have people who have racist or xenophobic tendencies. People who would say that the white British person is superior to the Black African or the Asian in some way. It's a prejudice. It has no foundations in fact. It's often built upon long-held feelings of superiority in certain communities. And what it does is it actually results in a certain proportion of our society and our community feeling that they are not wanted, that they're excluded from everyday life. And certainly prejudice and discrimination still exists in all of our societies, whether I'm talking about the UK, India, China, or anywhere else in the world. It is still true to say that we have prejudicial beliefs and we have discrimination against some groups within our communities. It may result, on the other hand, from a lack of knowledge of how to include. Now, I know that the majority of the people I'm speaking to at the moment have made a commitment to be positive and supportive of people, for instance, with disabilities, children with disabilities, adults with disabilities maybe, or those who've been described as having some kind of special need. Somebody who has already been identified as different from the majority. We've made a commitment to educate these people, to work with them, to support their families, and we've adopted a positive attitude. But actually, I'm going to suggest to you, having listened to a couple of the presentations this morning, that what this particular audience has is expertise. It has knowledge and understanding, and it's looked and considered some of the issues that have caused exclusion. So, for example, our previous speaker, who I thought spoke very well about the need for positive attitudes towards children who have a label of behavior difficulty, actually gave us some practical examples of how these children's needs may be met. Actually, I would like to suggest that there are more teachers with behavior problems than children. I'll explain why I mean that. I remember once, as part of a research project about 15 years ago, interviewing children who'd been excluded from school. They'd been thrown out of schools supposedly because of their bad behavior, and in some cases they had done things which certainly warranted disciplinary action. And I remember interviewing a boy one day, and I said to him, "Why do you have behavior difficulties?" And he looked at me and he said, "I don't have difficulties. I'm quite happy with my behavior. It's the teachers who have difficulties. They're their behavior difficulties. They're not my difficulties." And I thought it's quite interesting. It made me think about my own lack of knowledge in terms of how sometimes these children feel. So those of you I'm speaking to now, many of you will have done courses, you will have had training, many of you will be registered there in India with the RCI and acknowledged as experts in this field. But always bear in mind, you're the minority. The majority of teachers don't have your experience. They don't have your understanding. And in some cases, they don't want it. We'll be honest about that. But you have expertise which helps you to gain a positive perspective on the children that you work with. Those who don't have that knowledge, those who haven't had that training, may well have a completely different set of emotions to yourself. The third bullet point I have here is those who choose not to be included. And we should never actually deny the right of people to be different and to want to be different. Sometimes we might refer to that as eccentricity. But for example, I know a very able historian here in the UK who is on the autism spectrum. He refuses to give public lectures because he doesn't feel comfortable in that situation. He's chosen not to attend conferences. He doesn't want to be included in that way. And yet his writing is extremely well respected as a historian right across Europe. So we need to bear in mind that some people may choose not to be included, and we maybe need to respect their right to that sometimes. So what are the causes of these exclusionary factors? I could list more than these, but these are the main ones that I feel we need to address if our profession is going to move forward and to become more inclusive. The first of these is what I've termed fear. We fear that we're least familiar with or don't understand. I'll give you a story about my own experiences here. The first time I ever taught a child who was a wheelchair user, I've been told that this was a boy who had spina bifida and that he was in his wheelchair for most of the time. But I was also told as his teacher that sometimes I needed to get him out of his chair and to put him on the floor or put him onto a beanbag where he'd be more comfortable. It wasn't good for him to be in the chair all day. I was told this, but this was all I was told. The first day I had him in my class, I decided the time had come to move this boy. So I went to get him from his chair, and I was terrified. I didn't know what I was doing. I approached him in the chair. I tried to work out how to pick him up. I was worried I was going to hurt him. And because of this, he picked up against my trepidation, my anxiety about what I was doing. Eventually, he looked at me and he said, "Mr. Rose, what are you trying to do?" I said, "I'm trying to move you out of your chair." And then he said to me, "You don't know what you're doing, do you?" And I had to admit, no, I didn't. And he said, "Well, why don't you ask me? Because I'm the expert. People have done this with me many, many times, and I know how it's best done." At the time, I felt very small. I felt, oh my word, I'm failing here as a teacher. I don't know what I'm doing. But looking back on it, I was prepared to learn, which I think is the most important aspect of everything that we do. But I had a genuine fear. I didn't understand what spina bifida was. I didn't understand the needs of this child. I didn't understand how to fulfill my responsibilities as a teacher. And fear goes far further than that. I mean, for example, fear of people from other cultures is a common fear that we've had to experience in the UK over many, many years. And most of us come to terms with it, and it's no longer a problem. But how many times have I heard teachers say, I have a child come into my class next term, and he's Polish, and he doesn't speak English. How am I going to cope? Now, that's not blaming the child. It's the teacher actually expressing their fear. And we need to recognize that many people who we actually believe need to change their practice are initially fearful, and we need to change that fear. Let's think about this second term then, the one of myth, the stereotyping of groups and communities, emphasis on what is different about them, rather than recognizing that there are more things that we have in common than those that are different. Lots of myths build up around groups in our communities. Stereotypes. Talk to some teachers here in England and they will tell you Indian girls in English schools are hardworking, industrious, keen to learn and do well. Jamaican boys, on the other hand, are often lazy, argumentative, and not very good at learning. Both of these things we know to be complete falsehoods. For every good Indian girl who's an effective learner, there's one who's lazy and doesn't want to learn, or there's one who's difficult. For every Jamaican boy who's a behavior problem and doesn't want to learn, there's one who's studious and academic. But these stereotypes have built up over years. They've become part of the mythology of education. And they're things which are actually impeding the ability for us to teach children because we have these stereotyped beliefs. I know, for instance, that from my work over many, many years in India, working in Bangalore, that I've been told by teachers, these children are going to be difficult because they come from this particular community. So, for example, I worked a little while in a community in Baswangudi in Bangalore, and I can remember a school principal saying to me, oh, the children who come from that part of the area are always difficult. And of course, we then get self-fulfilling prophecies. If we expect children to be difficult, they will live up to our expectations. Just as if we expect children to do well, they will often surprise us how well they can do. Then, of course, there's history. I don't want to dwell too much on this, but events from the past that provoke prejudice. The history that you have there in India is very, very complex. History which was severely impaired, obviously, through the imperial era when the British controlled much of what happened in India and promoted many divisions within the community and many stereotypes. The history of partition, the history of, for instance, Kashmir, all of these things provoke beliefs, some of which become prejudicial about different communities that we live in. And that relates very much to culture as well. Emphasis upon differences of language, dress, lifestyle, diet, all of these things are things which are alien to many of us, which we don't understand, and therefore they build up an image in our mind that, if we're not careful, can be exclusionary. So language is one which I know has been a huge issue there in India, just as it has, for instance, closer to home in Wales or in Ireland, where there has been a certain notion of elitism and superiority about learning in particular languages. And I see this, for instance, in rural Telangana, where I've worked, where people who don't speak English have greater difficulties in getting good jobs, particularly if they wanted to go away from the rural areas, maybe into Hyderabad for employment. But the last one is also important and something I want to come back to in a few minutes. Power and the status quo. Fear of threat to our authority or lifestyle. There are people who actually may cause us to feel inadequate in ourselves, to make us feel that we don't no longer know what we're doing, we're no longer in control. So a comfortable teacher who's been maybe in private school in India for many years and has taught very effectively and is doing extremely well, enjoys teaching, feels quite comfortable in their lifestyle. And then the Right to Education Act comes along and imposes a quota. And suddenly this teacher is expected to have children in the class they've never worked with before. And they suddenly feel inadequate in being able to do this. Their power is challenged, the status quo of the school and their situation is challenged. And that can, if we're not careful, breed a certain amount of resentment, leading to the exclusion of some children. So let's look at the characteristics of those most likely to be excluded. You know, I could list more, but I'm going to just go through one or two of these, and because I want to make a point about the most important overriding factor related to them. We know that people with disabilities throughout the world are more likely to be excluded from good quality education, excluded from employment, excluded from social activity. And many of you who are listening to me now have fought really hard to reverse that situation. But it is still a fact that those who are born with a disability are more likely to find it difficult to be included within the societies in which they live. There are issues, of course, of religion, not just in India, and I know that there are many issues around religion within India, but within countries much closer to home. In Ireland, for instance, the Roman Catholic and Protestant divide with separate education for many, many years. Religion, again, can lead people to feel that they're a minority and they're excluded from their local communities. Culture. In the 20th century, for the first time in history, we have had mass movement of populations. We've had people moving by choice for employment, for work opportunities, and we've had people who've had enforced movements, refugee movement, for instance. One of the populations that I've been interested in recently through a couple of students that I've worked with has been migrant workers within India. For example, those from Assam who've gone to Hyderabad or to Bangalore or to other metropolitan cities for employment, bring their own culture and their own language with them. And if we look at what happens to their children, in many instances, they have difficulty finding education or finding education appropriate to them. And also their families often have difficulties negotiating education because they don't have the language to be able to negotiate and represent their children in the way they want. There are still huge issues around sexuality and prejudice against people who are transgender, for instance, or people of a different sexuality to the majority. And whether we like it or not, girls in education are still in danger of failure far more than boys and of being excluded for cultural reasons and for simple facts that we still have a belief that women are in some ways inferior to men. We know that to be nonsense, but it is still a fact. Now you'll notice in this diagram here, I have poverty. Poverty is our greatest challenge. Those of us who've worked for many, many years, like I have for 45 years in the field of disability, for instance, know that actually we are never going to tackle issues of disability unless we tackle poverty. It is a fact that if you live in poverty, you're more likely to have a child with a disability because you're less likely to have access to good prenatal care, healthcare when the child is born, you're less likely to have a good diet, and therefore disability is a greater risk. But the converse is also true. If you have a child with a disability, you are more likely to fall into poverty, because having a child with a disability is expensive. Let's just look at things like continence, children needing nappies. Most infants grow out their toilet trained very early. Some children with disabilities will go into their teens and beyond, still requiring that kind of equipment, that kind of care. It's very expensive to have a child with a disability, and there may be medication involved, etc. So the relationship between disability and poverty is clear. But also the relationship between poverty and these other things is clear. Certainly in terms of religion, we know that there are some religious groups who are more likely to be living in poverty and therefore more likely at risk and more likely to be excluded. And the same applies in terms of culture. Less so with sexuality and gender. But we should never believe that we can actually create an inclusive society if we are single issue advocates. Those of us who advocate for improvements in the lives of children with disabilities must also campaign for the eradication of poverty and the improvement in things like housing and health conditions as well. And that's where the transdisciplinary bit comes in. So let's look at these interplays then between these things. I just want to take take two examples and just show how this actually impacts upon excluding children. So here we have a child with Down syndrome. I chose Down syndrome because everybody in my audience will have met somebody with Down syndrome, a child with Down syndrome at some time, and many of you would have taught such children. Why are these children not getting the education that they deserve? Why, for instance, in India, are there teachers in government schools and in some elite schools who are apprehensive about teaching such children? The first is this fear factor. Fear, I've never taught a child like this before, and I will get it wrong. Now notice, this fear isn't directed just at the child, it's the teacher directing it at themselves. I'm afraid that I will fail as a teacher. My ability, my status as a teacher is challenged because I've never taught a child like this before. So we need to address that fear factor. And then, of course, there's the myths that grow up around children who have labels. Myths about children with Down syndrome. For instance, children with Down syndrome can't learn and are difficult to work with. Actually, children with Down syndrome run the whole gamut of needs and abilities. Yes, children with Down syndrome, the majority of them will have difficulties with learning. But it doesn't mean to say they can't learn. And there are some children with Down syndrome who learn very effectively. There are some who will get good jobs in employment. I know of a young man with Down syndrome here in England, in Northamptonshire, not far from where I live. This young man for the last 7 or 8 years has worked in a post office sorting office in Northampton and is highly regarded as an employee, highly efficient, has many, many friends, and has done extremely well. Now, I'm not saying that he's typical, but we've got to challenge this myth that these children can't learn, because the consequences of that are, first of all, low expectation. We take children with Down syndrome into our schools, and it's okay for them to fail. Nobody expected them to do well. So as long as we look after them, that's fine. You know, schools, for some children with Down syndrome, some mainstream schools, some ordinary schools have been very, very caring. But if you have low expectation, that's not helpful. Schools are, above all else, learning environments where children should succeed in learning. That doesn't, of course, mean they need to learn the same as everybody else, but they do need to learn. And if we have low expectations, that's not going to happen. And if we accept failure, that's just going to be disastrous for the teacher and for the child. And in some cases, of course, these beliefs, this fear, these myths have led to a refusal to enroll. I've known schools who've said things like, oh, we're quite good at managing children with Down syndrome, but we're useless with children on the autism spectrum. So we'll take children with Down syndrome. We won't take those with the autism spectrum, which is a kind of strange way of viewing things, isn't it? It's looking at the label before looking at the pedagogy. I'll give you a second example, which is a cultural one. In my country, we have a population of Gypsy Romany travelers. Many of them still speak the Romany language. Many of them are semi-nomadic, living in caravans, modern caravans, or in the case of this picture, a horse-drawn caravan. And they are extremely prejudiced against. They are discriminated in all sections of our society. And again, the cause is fear. Their lifestyle is different from mine. Why would anybody want to live in a caravan? Why would anybody want to live without electricity? Why do these people choose to exclude themselves in some way from the mainstream of our society? So there's fear of something which is different. There's also mythology. As happens with many people in our societies, there are rumors about them being dishonest, they're thieves, they're not to be trusted. And these myths grow up so that people believe them. And they actually add to the prejudice and the inability for these people to become part of our society. And then there's the fear of their culture. They often dress differently. They celebrate different kinds of festivals. They speak a different language, which very few people in the country know. They don't live in houses, and therefore they're different. So what happens to these people? They get less favorable treatments. There's no doubt about that. We have prejudice, which means that they don't get access to schools. I often hear teachers say, oh, they're in the area for a while, but then they'll move on. So we don't have a responsibility to educate them. I've heard that, incidentally, over migrant workers' children in Bangalore and in Hyderabad. Teachers have low expectations of them. Again, they don't believe that they're going to learn. And again, this leads to a refusal to enroll. So let's move on then. I'm suggesting that we have to tackle three issues here. The first is we have to change attitudes. The second, we have to increase awareness. And the third, we need to provide practical action that enables these children and their families to be taken into our education systems. All of these three are combined. They're not separate entities, they overlap. So let's look at the notion of fear and myth. We need to change attitudes. So who has a positive attitude and how can we use them? We need to identify those people who have positive attitudes towards people who are excluded. So let's take our child with Down syndrome as an example. Who are the key players? Well, parents and carers. Parents are the greatest expertise, have the greatest expertise in the terms of managing their children on a day-to-day basis. We know that there are good parents and we know that there are some bad parents. But actually, the majority of parents know their children better than anybody else. We need to treat them with respect and to listen to what we can learn from them. We need to learn how they manage their children and have the good grace as professionals to say, sometimes they know better than us. I remember working with a child on the autism spectrum when I was teaching here in Northamptonshire. And I had a child who every day used to come in and run around the classroom and was very difficult to settle. I struggled. I tried all kinds of things to manage this child. And then one day when I spoke to the parents, they said, oh, he's got a favorite book, which if you give it to him, he will always just sit with this book and look at it quietly. And it helps us to calm him down. Shall we send it into school? They sent the book into school. Every morning I gave him the book and he settled down. Now, that was something I learned from parents. I might have tried a long time before I learned that myself. Let's start treating parents as we treat professionals, respecting their opinions. We also need to actually sometimes bite our own professional dignity and actually say, sometimes people from other professions have a different perspective on the children we work with. I've learned a lot over the years from people like social workers, psychologists, and the healthcare professionals. But how often is it that we all address one child's needs from a different perspective? I remember when I was principal of a school, a parent coming to me one day, and she said, "I'm really cross with one of your teachers." And I asked her why, and she showed me a program that the teacher had written for the child. And I thought, this is an excellent program. I don't see what the problem is. And then the parent put her hand in her bag and brought out some other papers, and she said, "This is a program I was given last week when I saw the speech therapist. This is another program I've been working on for 2 months now from the physiotherapist. And this is a report I have from the psychologist. How do you expect me to do all of these different things? Do you people never talk to each other?" And she was quite right. The demands we were making were unreasonable. We need to actually work by actually learning from each other in these professions. And we need to learn from people themselves who have been discriminated. Listen to their experiences. Listen to what they would like. It's always a good idea when you're working with learners, whether they're adults or children, to say, what is it that I do that helps you to learn? You'll sometimes be surprised at the answers that you get. Increasing awareness. We need to exemplify achievement. How often is it that people with disabilities, for instance, are in the background? There have been some wonderful changes in many societies, and I would say in my own country, we've moved a long way forward on this. One of the greatest things that happened to us in the UK was winning the Olympic Games, having the Olympic Games based in London. The Paralympic Games, when they were in London, raised the exposure of what people with disabilities could do. It increased the level of awareness to the general public, and it increased respect. For the first time, many people with disabilities themselves had the confidence to go along to a sports club, an athletics club, a cricket club, and say, "I'd like to play sport, can you help?" And for the first time, we're finding that they were welcomed. These kind of things are important. Simple things. You know, it's now true to say that many of our presenters on television in the UK are people with disabilities. A newsreader, for instance, who's blind. A children's presenter who only has one arm. A number of people who are wheelchair users presenting mainstream programs. Awareness has increased. We need to actually work with people to raise awareness, to raise exposure. But we also need honest discussion and reflection. We don't tackle prejudice by simply saying it's wrong. We need to talk to people about why they have this prejudice. Why is it that employers say things like, "Oh, I'm not going to employ anybody on the autism spectrum because they're difficult"? It's easy for us to say they're wrong, but we need to discuss honestly what their fears are, what the myths are, what the cultural challenges are, and challenge these and work with them to improve the situation. And then we need to provide practical action. We need to increase training for everybody. And I'm not just talking about teachers here. We need to train everybody. And we need to train across disciplines. We still train in silos. We still have courses that are aimed at teachers, courses that are aimed at social workers. And sometimes this is necessary. But actually, if we're running a course about improving our understanding of how to work with children with a disability, let's try and do it across the disciplines. Let's involve the social worker, the psychologist, the speech therapist. Let's try and work much more closely together. And we know from experience that the best kind of training starts on with the hands-on and practical before the theoretical, which is why I'm glad that I'm doing this as the last session today, because this is very much a theoretical session, but you've had some wonderful hands-on advice from people. Let's start the training with this before the theoretical. But people like you need to discuss the theoretical, because you need to be advocates on behalf of those who are excluded. And that means you need to have an understanding, a theoretical basis on which to construct your arguments and to move forward. Let's involve the experience of parents and carers in the training. Let's make them trainers working alongside us, and let's have people themselves involved in this training. I've been very fortunate in my career to spend a lot of time doing training alongside people with disabilities who've worked as an equal with me, a partner in delivering training on inclusion. And it makes a huge difference. It makes a difference because they have that lived experience that I can never actually have. But let's review things honestly as well. Let's constantly monitor what we're doing, analyze the situation, see what's working and celebrate it and share it with our colleagues, and then be prepared to actually change those things that aren't working. I just wanted to finish with this last slide and to remind you about the Sustainable Development Goal 4, which says that we're going to ensure inclusive and equitable. Remember, equitable doesn't mean equal, equitable, fair and honest for these people, quality education, and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. This is what we're striving to do. I do have worries that before this we had the Millennium Development Goals. We've had the Salamanca Statement, we've had John Tiem, we've had all kinds of agreements, and they're very, very well intentioned. But we still haven't actually attained the goal. We need to work much, much more closely as a society and not work in silos just within our own professional disciplines if we're going to move on. At the moment, we're in the midst of this international pandemic, terrible situation. We've made progress and we need to celebrate that. As it says here, we've had a decline of 26% in 2000 to 19% of children out of school in 2010. Between 2000 and 2010, a decline in the number of children out of school. Another decline in the number of children out of school by 2018. But we still have 258 million children and youth out of school, and the majority are in sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. We know that girls are more likely to face barriers to learning than boys. The majority of children out of school are girls. But we also know that children with disabilities are really struggling still to find their place in our education system. Our worry is that after this pandemic, it will become even more challenging. As governments look at their economic situation and decide where they're going to put money, they will put it into those places that is going to put the economy back on an even footing. And many of those people who make decisions will look at the children you work with and say, these children are not going to be productive. They are not going to be making an economic contribution to the country. And that is a danger we have to confront. And it's why I go back to this notion that the relationship between poverty, disability, and other kinds of discrimination is very, very clear. And our responsibility is to challenge all of those things together. So thank you very much for listening. It's been a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richard.
Thanks so much, Dr.
Wonderful
Richard. I
sharing.
request Joycey to carry over the moderation.
Due to
I think we will
time,
not be able to take questions now because we are running short of time. We have one more presentation. So Joycey, can you say a word of thanks and conclude?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
There are five important things for living a successful and fulfilling life. Never stop dreaming, never stop believing, never give up, never stop trying, and never stop learning, says Roy Bennett. I thank Professor Richard, who I believe is a person who never stops educating, never stops researching, and never stops writing. Professor Richard, your presentation on working across disciplines and challenging exclusion was indeed very impressive, enlightening, and thought-provoking. We were able to understand the causes of exclusion and the relationship between exclusionary factors. We learned a lot from your true life experiences. Your suggestions on the principles for inclusive transdisciplinary practices, that is on tackling the issues, are indeed very useful to us. Thank you, Professor. I thank all the participants for their patient listening. Thank you, one and all. Over to Dr. Turin Martina.
Thank you very much.
Professor Richard. Thank you,
Thank you.
Joyce ma'am. Now we are in the last session of today's webinar. The resource person of today's valedictory session is Mrs. Pramila Chandrasekharan, a proud rehab alumni who taps every opportunity to make sure and ensure economic rehabilitation, which is the need of the hour. And ma'am has her own fascinating way of presenting and always tries to provide access, inclusion, and life energy management for both children and adults with disabilities. The moderator of this session is Dr. P. Nagalakshmi, Associate Professor, PG and Research Department of Rehabilitation Science. Over to Dr. Nagalakshmi.
Thank you, Dr. Turin.
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome, Pramila ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sister.
Good afternoon, Prami.
Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon, everyone. I thank God for being with us in every step of our way. It's a glad welcome we bring to you this afternoon, filled with the desires, hopes, and dreams we all share. It's a great pleasure for me today to welcome you all for the last session and valedictory function of this virtual faculty development program. I am glad to welcome Mrs. Pramila Chandrasekharan, Managing Director, Vaikunta Consultancy, UAE, Consultant for Employment Rehabilitation, Accessibility, Inclusive Development, Life Energy Management, and Life Coach. She is our successful and outstanding alumna. She holds a bachelor's degree in rehabilitation science and BEd in special education from Holy Cross College and MS in psychotherapy and counseling. She has completed more than 10 certified programs in yoga, hand and foot reflexology, Reiki, chronic healing, etc. We both studied during 1984-86 in our department, along with Dr. Joyce and Nila. It's a great pleasure to share this platform with our rehabian, Mrs. Pramila. Those were memorable days. I become nostalgic of those sweet years. Mrs. Pramila has many credentials. For want of time, I highlight very few of her exceptional achievements. She is highly skilled and seasoned professional in the field of special education with 35 years of professional experience. Certified rehabilitation professional as special educator, accessibility consultant to Access Abilities Expo Dubai 2018 to till present, headed Creative Institute to deliver special needs services and educational services from 2012 to 2015, special educator and head of the Department of Special Care Unit at Al-Noor Training Center for Children with Special Needs from 1990 to 2013, consultant to community-based rehabilitation, Kaveri Helen Hospice Care, KIMS Star Hospital, India, top 2 finalists of the Princess Haya Awards in Outstanding Special Educator category in 2010 in UAE. Staged first ever alternative and augmentative communication show in UAE, implemented Communication Passport, a low-tech alternative and augmentative communication resource at Al-Noor Training Center, Dubai. Facilitated interactive case conferences on employment to foster and productive partnership between parents, employers, and the employees. Organized family empowerment programs to address parental psychological well-being for effective home-based intervention. Led numerous awareness campaigns on alternative and augmentative communication to public and private sector in UAE. Highly motivated and self-driven, she has a few passion projects like research on inclusive health and social enterprise, research on mental health, resilience and work productivity, community-based inclusive development, energy medicine, meditation and lifestyle management, training work colleagues and employers to ensure optimal treatment of POD, MOU with Holy Cross College, Chronic Healing Research Institute, New Jersey, USA, AGS Foundation, Connecticut, USA. She readily agreed to give valedictory address in this FDP and share her experience. She is here to give a scholarly and inspiring talk on enabling communities, integrating lives towards inclusive development. Once again, I welcome you on behalf of our college and the department. I deem it a great pleasure and proud privilege to welcome Dr. Sister Christina Bridget, dynamic principal and the guiding star of the college. It's indeed my immense pleasure to welcome our Secretary, Reverend Dr. Sister Niranjana Antoni Swami. I take great pleasure in extending my warm welcome to my beloved colleagues, scholarly resource persons, and learned participants. Over to Pramila.
Hearty
very good
welcome, Pramila
afternoon.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you, sister.
Welcome,
Good
Premi, on
afternoon.
my behalf.
Thank you, my dear ma'am. Thank you.
You can start
It's
your presentation.
yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible and my video is visible.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes. Okay. First of all, let's whatever I have learned from Holy Cross right from my childhood, we always start with a prayer. So let's start with a prayer and invoke the blessings so that we utilize whatever we have learned in a positive way. And I would like to quote from Saint Francis of Assisi, as Sister Lourdes quoted initially. Start by doing what's necessary, then do what's possible, and suddenly you are doing the impossible. So let's begin with an invocation with the help and blessings of the Supreme God. Thank you for your divine light, love, and power presence in our conference at Holy Cross College, the entire college, and the rehab department. And thank you for sending your divine blessings to all the participants, all the speakers, each and every person and being present and connected with us at this lifetime. May the blessings reach all of us to have unity, integrity, social cohesion, and let's be productive in whatever work we do. Thank you. And my sincere gratitude to the entire team of Holy Rehab. First, Dr. Christina Bridget, the patron, the co-patron, Dr. Subodh Kumar, the convener, Dr. Sister Lourdes Mary, organizing committee led by a great leader, Dr. Sheila Christopher, and my dear classmate Joycey, and my another dear classmate Nagalakshmi, and also my dear classmate Swarna Kumari, and Dr. Turin, Dr. Crescenta, Dr. Lima, Dr. Angel Silveraj, Dr. K. Srimati, Dr. K. Shashikala, and last but not the least, the technical team, Dr. Juliet Catherine Angel. Without the team effort, we cannot have this wonderful time. It's my honor and pleasure to reconnect and re-experience and recharge the professional development again with my motherboard, the Holy Cross College. So to start with my presentation, let me give an introduction. See, always from all 3 days, we had very good knowledge. We have imbibed a lot of knowledge. We have overloaded and overwhelmed with abundance of professional knowledge. And now I'll promise you, I will not make any repetition. We will have, like we had a wonderful buffet. Now it is time for dessert. So here comes my presentation for you to always remember the dessert from Arabian Desert, enabling communities, integrating lives towards inclusive development. So this is a short about my experience. Naga has cited very well, but still I would like to give a few of my milestones because of the blessings and seed sown at rehab so I am here today and presenting and enjoying and empowering people due to the seed sown at Holy Cross College Rehab Department. So, His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, he is our Vice President and Prime Minister of United Arab Emirates and ruler of Dubai. He is a great visionary. He has given a new name and a new official phrase for people with disabilities and people with special needs. Earlier, we call them as determined, people of determination. And his aim is to become one of the best countries in the world. And this can only be achieved through the cohesion of society's nucleus. So for our entire growth, cell structure, and coordination, we need our nucleus powerful. So in order to make a country powerful, the visionary focuses on the families, and so do our consultancy. And there are numerous activities, there are numerous programs, initiatives taken towards the families. And you must have heard about the family fun fair, and family shopping festivals. Initially, we have initiated in UAE. Now, in 2016, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum introduced the term people of determination to mainly recognize their achievements in different fields. See, when you say need, people always, our thought goes behind need. Oh, they have a need. What need we have to give? When you say they are determined, then people look forward to have a perspective on their strength rather than their weaknesses. And people try to collaborate, and the other services, they look forward to integrate them in the society. So this has become a law and concerning the right of people of disability with special needs. So we have a national policy under the of empowerment of people of determination. So the first one is the name change, and service officers were assigned to take care of people of determination in all government facilities to facilitate the services for them. Like we have a Sanat card and also cards for parking facilities. So all the security, social security related services, the service officers facilitate towards the families and people of determination. Then, in line with that, the next stage is advisory council. Advisory council is formed from public and other sectors, where leaders they take decisions towards the upliftment and empowerment of people of determination. So according to the Disability Strategy, DDS 2020, our work, the entire framework of special education, inclusive education, I should say, and inclusive development focuses on education, healthcare, employment, social protection, and accessibility. So when we come to education, we do have authorities for that. It is one of the authority responsible for forming an inclusive education framework to enhance inclusion in education across stages of learning, primary, secondary, vocational, and higher education, is Knowledge and Human Development Authority of Dubai. And also we have Community Development Authority to work in conjunction with the special education requirements. Healthcare. So guaranteeing a high quality healthcare and rehabilitation services is crucial in our in UAE. We have a separate city for healthcare, Dubai Healthcare City we have, and also Dubai government has services, DHA, Dubai Healthcare Authority caters to the services of quality healthcare, and also they inspect professionals from DHA. They frequently inspect and evaluate the services of rehabilitation services in all centers, and not only centers, the entire environment, so that Dubai is a very clean city. That is due to the rules and also guidelines given by Healthcare Authority. Employment, my favorite subject. Providing adequate employment opportunities to all types of disabilities and levels. The ultimate aim of any person, you, me, my children, your children, anyone, employment and income. Financial independence is the ultimate aim for us. So God has blessed to help to induct me to do the service on employment. We have Dubai government human resource, where the priority we have an employment framework to cater to the people of determination, providing them reasonable accommodation and adaptations so that they can be successful employees in the organization. Not only that, we also involve community. It's not community-based rehabilitation, as my previous speaker, my senior, Dr. Guna, and my professor as well. It's not only based on the rehabilitation, it is the impact we create in the community. How you create a social impact, involving people from different spheres, involving business people from different domains, we involve them. And also we have job buddies, where we involve youth from universities. There are many youth who require job internship and job guidance. So they are involved in job shadowing opportunities along with people of determination, so that they know the strength of people of determination, and also they have a good cohesion at workplace. Social protection, that's one of the icon of UAE in the whole world. Dubai is a very safe place, I should say. Even at night 1 o'clock, you can walk alone and you have protection at all times. So, and this this is not only given to us, it is generalized, and it is given to people of determination and their families, and while respecting the rights of people of determination. Accessibility, again, my favorite. Ensuring POD have safe and easy access to various services and information in a barrier-free environment. So this accessibility, initially we created in 2016 the Expo to create awareness. Then from awareness we moved to network, and from network we moved to empowerment. So these are some of the families who are connected with us during Accessibilities Expo 2019. We had the opportunity to link different families and provide them support system and lifetime advocacy network. It's not only those who are present through our website, www.accessibilitiesexpo. After creating this awareness and community engagements, we receive a lot of queries. And currently, during this corona situation, coronavirus pandemic, we do get a lot of queries virtually to connect and support them. Because of just one 3-day event, we could work yearly. It's not only 3 days event. We work for a year to do the services. And just today I got a call from Cambodia to help us to provide intervention virtually to them. So that's the strength of community engagement. And also 2019 we started a research project as well, and involving professionals and also families. Mainly our main focus is families, so involving the families, siblings, and also the professionals. We have initiated different research projects with grants. We always ensure we have the right strategy, right resource before venturing into any engagement. And I would like to say that in 2017, we had an e-commerce. We initiated an inclusive e-commerce, connecting people from different business to the families of people of determination, where a profit share, a portion of profit share was given to the families and also the volunteers in support. So it was a financial inclusive project. And now we have another project, because once the business that business was taken back to India. So we are on board with some other e-commerce work currently functioning. We are working on that. And we would like to collaborate not only within UAE, virtually as well, globally. And 2017, Dr. Sister Bridget and our dear ma'am Sheila Christopher were present, and in with their blessings, we have initiated the e-commerce portal. His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Muhammad Rashid Al Maktoum is a crown prince, and he has initiated numerous projects and initiatives called My Community City for All. When the community stands up to its responsibilities, the individual's capabilities reach its peak and they can achieve miracles. His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the chairman of Higher Committee of Protection of Rights of Person with Disabilities. There are we have a lot of policies, strategies to support and empower the rights of person with disabilities. So here comes enabling and integrating key stakeholders. What I have a consultancy in Dubai, and my first project in 2016 is Accessibilities Expo. And this is the signature line of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. We want to reach to people before they reach us. We want to save time, to shorten distances, to increase effectiveness, and to make services easier. So Vaikunta Consultancy follows the roadmap of his guidelines. Our mission is to implement all the policies and best practices that empower persons with disabilities to make choices in an environment that is inclusive and ensures access to opportunities on all equal and an equal basis with others. Here you can see a person on the wheelchair. He is my student, Aliaska when he was graduated from the center where I worked, Alnur Training Center, where I have spent my entire professional years as a center-based professional. So from the center-based knowledge and enrichment I have received has taken me to community-based professional who I am today. And a person, Mr. Aliaska, he is a person with cerebral palsy, and he was provided training when under our guidance to his father owns a factory where they deal with nuts and bolts. So his counting and his occasional training, we focused only on based on the father's work, and we've been doing sensitization, and we took our entire team, and we were doing accommodations for him, his seating arrangement, the environmental modification, and also to the workers of his office. And today he is shining like a star. He can communicate with various clients all over the world. His communication, see, when you focus the strength of the person and you inject them into the community, especially where he can earn, then the overall personality changes, the energy changes. And he's so happy today, and he earns a good amount of money, and also he supports, is a very good speaker. Maybe one of our future sessions, I would like to invite my Aliaska, and he's a highly what should I say? He is like my own family, I should say. And the family is so happy. That is what is required. Though the person, now almost 20 years, I've been in touch with him. He has passed out from Alnur. But still, we have the connection. We have the rapport. This I have learned from Holy Cross College. Till day, I receive guidance, I receive support, I receive compassion from Holy Cross, my professors, and my fellow rehabians always. And also we have started an alumni association in UAE under the guidance of Dr. Sister Bridget and Christopher during their presence in our Accessibilities Conference 2017. Yes. And we have a group of illustrious alumni and with different spheres of success and skill development. So always caring for each other and providing advocacy at all times is really a sweet memory and blessing, and we enjoy it. When you enjoy, you are motivated, and you tend to do a lot of new things, innovation. So all this innovation, whatever I am today, is from my dear Holy Cross Rehab Department. Then in Waikota Consultancy, we cater to transdisciplinary assessment. Entire, I will not go explain everything, because we have learned from all the different speakers so far. We have a cocktail of rehabilitation services and inclusive development services with us. And what I seek from the new rehabians and also my fellow rehabians and my seniors to connect with us and collaborate with us so that we cater to a wide range of population across. Our clients, our stakeholders are from different countries. We cater to 50 countries and 50 million people residing in Middle East. So we need all your support and all your collaboration so that we can empower people of determination. And education, Alnur Training Center is my second home. 20 years of my service with multiple children with multiple disabilities, where I have learned a lot from them. If I start to talk about Alnur, the time will not be sufficient. You can go to Alnur Training Center website, right from curriculum development and the assessments and activity-based intervention, routine-based intervention. We co-create. We always co-create. That's the learning. In a classroom, we have all the therapists with us so that we have hands-on, like each of the goals of transdisciplinary assessments are taken care and parents are involved. So that cohesion is an amazing opportunity. I really miss the training. Now I'm in a different platform where I cater to trade, commerce, and also to the professionals and parents. So I really miss that. Assistive technology, we have initiated assistive technology in 2008, I think, no, 2007, in special care unit of rehabilitation, special care unit of Alnur Training Center. There we received some training from Montreal, and also we have done few research on technology with a few of our students with quadriplegic condition, and within a few weeks we could elicit very good response. That's what then we have started with awareness campaigns and sensitizing the community, and with all that we again co-created the first ever AAC conference, Augmentative and Alternative Communication Concert, first of its kind in UAE and entire Middle East, I should say, by involving students from schools, universities, families, and of course with our professionals. It was the first time where the nonverbal students received dialogue for themselves, and the parents were in tears to see the children with dialogue and participating in the concert as others. Usually only the children with multiple disabilities were given a dance, or somewhere they come and stand. But when they could participate equally with others, you could see the boost of self-esteem in them, and which has taken one of my student, Kevin. He started verbalizing for the first time. He started saying go. That was his first word. So he said go, let's go. That is training is always a cherishable moment. Social protection, some of my ex-students, those who are employed, you can see Aliaskar, and there is a great artist, Roshan Pereira. He was my student who has with hearing challenges, but an amazing, highly talented person and a wonderful artist. So, and we have also there's Anjana. So what we did, we have taken all their paintings in Almak. We have a medical library, MBRU, and the university for medical rehabilitation. That university, Tamara is the head of that library. We have done an exhibition involving the students of medical university and the library professionals and other community partners. We did arts access, where the works were displayed, and same day, like, it's not only you should speak, we should also ensure whether we contribute to their lives. How you contribute, whether you make them financially independent. So in one day exhibition, each of them earned quite a good amount of money. Earning 4,000 in half a day is a full day salary for many people without disabilities. So our children, one Aroshan, he earned 4,000 just within half a day. And other children also, based on their abilities, they could earn an incentive. So it was a very happy occasion, and also the students of medical university could interact with them, understand, and they started giving them orders for during festivals and during birthdays for instead of buying from stores and other big commercial places, they started ordering from them. So it is win-win situation for everyone. And the Community Development Authority focuses on all the objectives and universal codes and the design, and to make Dubai user-friendly. Wherever people of determination they go, the places are accessible to them, and government is still working in different areas to, along with the community support. During Accessibilities Expo, we have involved students from universities, and in conjunction with RTA, Road and Transport Authority, they have done projects. Wherever they go, different places where there is limited accessibility, they inform the authorities, and authorities go and do the needful, and they make the pavements and pathways for easy access of wheelchair. So future project, yes, I'm almost.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Establishing non-profit civil association with the community of development is our next project. And we have virtual rehab support services. And we also intend to start a virtual mentor Lions Club and Accessibilities Expo 2021. And also we have virtual webinar series and collaborative research. Coming, so 3 C's, this is a take-home message for all of you, the fellow rehabians. How always networking provides us a lot of opportunities. So collaborate to enable communities and create a good advocacy network, co-create, integrate services with collective resources. That's why I seek all the rehabians to connect your services with us, with your resources. Let's co-create great events, great opportunities for an inclusive society. In contribution to empower lives, we do have a lot of inclusive development projects. Please be on board. And this is just this is about the Accessibilities Expo. We have a short video. We had robotics, all types of disability participation at all levels, people of determination were engaged. And we had conferences, symposium. These are family. We also have connect with a lot of family support groups. And during COVID, we can see how they are engaged and empower each other. This is the different government services provide showcase their innovative products where people of determination can access. And also a lot of learning happens where the regular school students and universities participate with us. I think it is a repetition.
Yes, ma'am, it's repeating.
Yeah. So let's go to the next one. Yeah, we also do mental health summit and with universities. We conduct industry day, mental health day with various universities involving people of determination. And also we conduct professional training. And these are our capacity building for key teachers. Employment, again, students with determined ones are given opportunities to work in theaters and 5-star hotels. The work placement is given to them. And these are our success stories. He's a diamond business merchant, and he works for as a graphic designer for a very leading organization here. And Zakia is again inducted in as an employee in our place. And we collaborate with business people, and we connect them with people, families of people of determination through their business. And these are also some of our community engagements where we involve business people. Business here at every sphere we can align. So whether it is a restaurant, whether it is an insurance firm, our purpose is to integrate and make the organizations inclusive. So these are our representations of 56 countries we are connected with. And our attendees to the conference, 3 days conference, you can see. These are our co-creative projects. So I seek all of your support to be a part of our projects. And some of the clippings from Accessibilities Expo. We also have a special sports area where we engage children along with people of determination and other participants from the community. They are engaged. And this is sports area, special sports we have. And also the accessibility symposium and outreach activities we are connected. Naha has already mentioned, so I'm just running it. So this is our reach effective strategy. Early inclusion started with awareness campaigns, then with advocacy network, we developed a participatory strategy, and then empowerment to make their life more inclusive, to provide a quality of life with financial resources. And these are some of our other collaborations with Manipal University. And we do have exhibitions, and these are some of our e-commerce activities. This is the last one. So we have developed the disability etiquette UAE has developed. Always there is support from government through laws and guidelines and policies at all times. Sister, is this the last slide? I can't see the slides.
I think it's the last, ma'am.
This is the last one, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Can't see you all. Let me see. Yes. I'll stop. Shall I stop my presenting?
Yes, Premi. Thank you. Thank you so much, Premi. I think thank you, Premi. That was a very wonderful, picturesque presentation. Naga, Dr. Naga, can you take over?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Premila. It was a great pleasure listening to you, Premi. The session was very lively. We learned a lot from your experience. We heartily thank you for your valuable time and efforts. Your experiential sharing is the eye-opener for the future generation. Thank you, Premi.
Thank you, Naga.
Thank you, Pramila ma'am, for your wonderful sharing.
Thank you.
It kept us watching at the end of the chair.
Thank you, Pramila ma'am, for taking us a virtual tour to Dubai. It was a nice experience, and we had valuable insights. Yes, and learning also. Hope and pray God will bring all of us soon there, and we will have a lot of international collaborations and linkages. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Nagalakshmi. So we've come to the after the vote of thanks, Center.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Shall I stop presenting?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Prami ma'am. Yes. A good beginning will always result in a blessed outcome. With great thanksgiving to the Almighty God for making this international FDP CRE webinar a great success, I now invite Dr. P. Swarnakumari, Dean of Research and Associate Professor in the PG and Research Department of Rehabilitation Science, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Turin.
Yes, Swarna.
Gratitude is the music of the soul. When its chords are swept by the breeze of kindness. I take this moment as a great opportunity to extend my note of acknowledgement to all the wonderful people who added color to the 2-3 days of this international FDP webinar on disability across disciplines. With God, everything is possible. His touch turns out miracles. I thank the Lord Almighty for His constant presence and blessings that is bestowed on each one of us. It is His mighty hands that has added to the success of this venture. Inspiration is your signature. Dedication is your duty. Knowledge is what you share, and experience is what you gift. Yes, indeed. And would like to express my profound sense of gratitude and thanks to all the resource persons and invited speakers, right from day 1 to day 3, for having shared their valuable time and experience through this webinar. And I sincerely thank each one of you for illuminating every individual with newness of thought and knowledge and experiential learning platform. Thank you all, my dear persons. Support is the foundation for success. I would like to express my special gratitude to our dynamic secretary, Reverend Dr. Sister Niranjan Anthony Sami, and our ever motivating principal, Reverend Dr. Sister Christina Bridget, who always lend their helping hands and helps us to open the doors of knowledge through our innovative opportunities. Thank you, dear sisters. A leader is one who knows the way and shows the way. Yes, indeed. It is with an unflinching sense of thankfulness I extend my gratitude to our head of the department, Reverend Dr. Sister Lourdes Mary, who always affords us with the freedom of thought, action, and execution to do our best to reach out to the unreached. Thank you, dear sister. Teaching is our passion, and tomorrow you are set out to make wonderful creations. Yes, indeed, my dedicated band of colleagues, you are the backbone for every new endeavor of the department, and I owe thanks to each and every one of you for your untiring efforts and zeal to make this 3 days webinar a resounding success. My special thanks to our technical experts, Dr. Juliet Catherine and Ms. Taruni, for sparing their time without limits to make our dreams into a reality. Thank you, ma'am. It is the flowers that create the garden. Yes, indeed. My dear participants and students, your presence add color and meaning to these 3 days of academic deliberations. I thank each and every one of you for your enthusiastic participation and involvement in getting to know the knowledge through these 3 days of academic deliberations. Thank you, participants. Gratitude brings back miracles and new beginnings in multitude. It is a grateful heart that makes you more powerful. With these optimistic words, I would like to once again thank each and every one of you and wish you all goodness and success in exploring newer opportunities, especially during this period of uncertainty. Thank you all. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Swarna ma'am, for your
Your
wonderful
words of
appreciation.
gratitude, acknowledging each and every person who was instrumental in making this International FDP CRE a great success. Thank you, Swarna, for those nice words, acknowledging every individual. Thank you, Swarna.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank
So,
you. Thank you, Turin ma'am, for
as
your wonderful MC.
Yes, sister, as Dr. Swarna has mentioned, beautiful flowers have started blooming, and we hope and pray they will give a lot of seeds that will sprout and yield many more hundredfold in future. Participants, kindly mute your audio and turn on your videos for the photo session. Participants, kindly turn on your video for the photo session. The feedback is shared in the chat box. After the photo session, you can fill your assessment and feedback for the 3 days webinar.
Dharmi, are you ready? Krasanta ma'am?
Yes,
Ready?
yes, sir.
Dharmi is
Ready, ready. Yes,
Okay,
yes.
okay. Swarna ma'am, your face is a bit dark.
Blurred. Yes, it's blurred.
Lights are
If you can have a light, I think it will be okay, Swarna. Or maybe you can turn the other side towards the window. I think that side, if you can turn, is it possible? Maybe there'll be some light on your face. Yeah, this is better, Swarna. This is better.
Yes, ma'am, you can sit here.
Yes. Yeah, now
Yes,
you're very much
hopefully-
visible. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Dharmi, we are ready.
Yes, sister.
Okay.
Yes, Swarna. Now your face is visible. Yes. Maybe you can adjust the camera a little. Yes, Swarna.
മിനി ടീച്ചറെ ചിരിക്കേ.
It's done, ma'am.
Over.